No. Now you do. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of WordCamp Europe. We're super excited to be here, and I hope you're excited too. Do you feel tired? Anyone tired? All good? Perfect. So I'm going to do some announcements before we start. I'm sorry if you heard them yesterday, but I have to do it again. This format talk is about to be a 30-minute talk, and you're going to have 50 minutes later for a Q&A. So we're moving to our first speaker for today. It's Raja Das from, she's a senior WordPress developer from US, and give her a big round of applause for her.
So good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Raja, and I work at Yoast. And as it says here, I'm kind of enthusiastic about automated tests. And yeah, I hope that by the end of this presentation, you will also be. So in this presentation, I would like to discuss several points. First, what are automated tests, the benefits of automated tests, how to start writing tests, and different type of automated tests, and how it's done in WordPress core. So first things first, what are automated tests? So anyone here wrote automated tests before? Heard about it? Okay. So I will go over the basic concept of automated tests. So don't focus on the syntax of the examples, but more on the concept behind automated tests. So automated tests is basically code or script that tests your code. So in this example, on the left, you can see a very simple function that sums up a plus b. And on the right, you see the test for this, a simple test for this function. So this test consists of a name of the test, the execution of your function, and the expected results. So that's the main essence of automated tests. So automated tests can be executed on your terminal during development or through GitHub Action or other CI/CD pipelines. So once you execute the tests, you'll see the name that you gave the test and whether it passed or didn't pass. So there are 3 main types of automated tests. And this is a very famous pyramid, the testing pyramid, that shows the different types of tests. So the higher the pyramid, the higher the level in the pyramid, the slower the test, the more complicated are the tests. And the lower level of the pyramid, the fastest are the tests, and the more simple to write them. So in this pyramid, we can see in the end-to-end test, which is testing your entire application from back-end to front-end. Integration tests, which tests integration with third-party APIs. And unit tests, which tests small parts of your code, like small units parts of your code. So the unit tests are more kind of a white box testing, and end-to-end and integration tests are more black box testing. You don't really deal with the logic inside, just the results. So then the question is, but why? So we've seen that for a simple function that is maybe 3 lines of code, you have to write maybe 6, 9, 10 lines of code just to test it. So there are several objections that I've been hearing over the years. First, it takes time. So that's true. It does take time. And it's also not always mandatory, so it's sometimes get neglected. And also testing suites require maintenance. Not all the time they give the right result. Sometimes you get a false positive, a false negative in the tests. So I would like to address those objections. So I think the benefits are much greater than those objections. And the first thing is time. So yes, writing tests takes more time, but also fixing bugs takes time. So the earlier you detect your bugs or error, the less time it takes to fix them. So in the long run, it actually saves time, especially when your code base is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's not practical to manually test so many functionality. And this is my experience when writing tests, which, other than testing your code, it also helps you to review your code. So many times it happens to me when I created a PR, it was ready, I just needed to add a few tests, and suddenly I realized, oh, I forgot this variable, I didn't use this sanitization, or many things. So it helps you, it gives you an opportunity to look at your code from a different perspective and review your own code, especially if you are one-man show or developing outside a team and you don't have maybe a QA team behind you or another developer to review your own code. So it gives you an opportunity to look at your code from a different perspective. So another experience that I get from writing tests is that many times it helps you to make different design choices in your code. So many times I had this experience that PR was ready, I just need to add tests, and then I realized I can write it completely different. Actually, it happens also during contributor day, when I was writing tests for an issue that was already solved, but then we saw that it can be written in a more efficient way just by writing the tests. So yeah, and another point here, that the more your code is complex and coupled, the harder it is to write tests. So writing tests forces you to simplify your code and decouple it. Another benefit from writing tests is documentation. Well, you're actually documenting what you were testing and the usage of your code. So I don't know if anyone had this experience, but many times maybe someone else in your team wrote a function and maybe he's not around, and you have no idea what's the purpose of this code, but then you have tests and you have test cases, and then you realize, oh, it does that, it accepts this, I know what it does. So indirectly, you're adding documentation to your code. And of course, it gives you confidence and stability. So once you have automated tests running, if you need to refactor your code, so you can feel confident that you can change your code and just in one click test your code and feel confident that you didn't break anything. So it reduces stress, gives you confidence, and yeah, and actually safeguard you from changing existing functionality. So where do we start now that you are all hyped on writing automated tests? Where do we start? So in this presentation, I will focus on unit tests. So the convention is that at least 70% of your code base should be covered by unit tests. And unit tests are usually easier to write, and they're fast to execute. So let's start with PHP. I will start explaining about testing in PHP, but keep in mind that I'm going through concepts in testing. So it's not only, so these concepts are applicable also in other frameworks or other languages. So first things first, setup. That's the most scary part about testing, I guess. So, but it's actually much more simpler than you might think. So of course you have to add your dependencies. So if you're using, if you're adding tests in PHP, then you will have a composer.json. You add your dependencies and the mapping of the tests directory. Then you need to add a PHP unit XML dist configuration file. So either you just copy that code and have it and use it in your directory, or you can use a command line that does that for you. So the most important thing about tests is just having tests. Start somewhere. You don't have to write cover your entire code base with tests to get the benefits of tests. So once you start small, you get you get used to adding tests. So I recommend starting with a very simple, self-contained function. So this is an example of a test using the PHP unit. So we can see here that on the right we have the test itself, and on the left we can see the functions in the class. So I'm importing. Let me show you. Okay. So here I'm using the class that is here, and I'm importing the test case from the PHP unit and extending it in our test class, like this. And the same thing that we saw in the previous example, I'm executing the function, and I'm asserting the result. So the same principles apply also in PHP. Previously, we saw it in JavaScript. The same idea. So when we assert our results, there is something that is important to know, is assertions types. So there are many assertion types. So we saw assert same, but there is assertion for different strings, or assertions, mathematical assertions, Boolean assertion, identity assertions, object assertion, many assertions. And knowing those assertions saves you time, because it saves you lines of code, and also it makes your code your checks more strict. So you not only checking if the results are the same, you may need to check if they are not Boolean or not false, or if they are not integer, so you have different assertions. The next concept in writing tests is not just testing the happy path. So it's very easy just to test what the code is meant to do, but we often forget to test what the code is not supposed to do. And we kind of need to be a hacker for our own code and try to break it in this case. So in this example, I'm adding 3 more assertions, and I'm also checking, for example, if it's an integer. So by adding tests for what the code is not supposed to do, many times it leads to refactoring, because maybe you need to add a safety check. Maybe you need to add a default value somewhere. So it's important not only to test the happy path. So in the previous example, I added a few assertions in a test, but actually the recommendation is to limit the assertions per test. And why is that? So in this example, I have 3 different assertions in the same tests, and they all check for a Boolean value. So what will happen if one of them fail? So when I execute the test, I can see that I get a fail message, but I don't know which one failed. And also, there is a hint, because only 2 were executed while I had 3. So if you have more than one assertion in your test, and one of them failed, and it's not the last one, then you don't know which one failed. Maybe it was the 3rd one also, but it wasn't executed. So the recommendation is to separate the assertions to different test method. But if you still want to use more than one assertion in your test method, then add a fail message. So the PHP assertions and also other assertions, they accept a fail message parameter. So you can add the fail message, and the next time you run the test, you will see exactly which one has failed. And a pro tip, if you run your test, if you can see here the commands for running the test, if you run the test with a test docs flag, you can also have a more visible results. So if we're not allowed to use, it's not recommended to use more than one assertions in a test, then the recommendation is to use a data provider. So what's a data provider? A data provider is actually a function that returns an array of your test cases. And this function is being used by your test. So in this example, we can see the data provider on the left. So the data provider can be just a simple array, but I usually always use associative array because the keys are actually the name of the tests. So on the right, you can see that I'm connecting the data provider to my test by a data provider annotation, and I'm passing the parameters that I have in the data provider to the test here. And now I can use it while running the test. And it's one test method, but it actually runs several tests. So the next time I execute the test, I can see that I have 4 or 5 tests according to the size of my data provider, and they run separately. So if one of them, let's say the third one has failed, the fourth one and the fifth one would still be executed. So in most cases, most of our code is not self-contained. And of course, we use WordPress functions, WordPress hooks, WordPress actions. So how do we test, or maybe other dependencies? So how do we test with dependencies? So there are 2 ways to test with dependencies. One way is using the WP unit test case from WordPress core. That allows you to test your method as if the WordPress functions are self-contained functions. And that also gives you tools to create entities or objects from WordPress, like a post or a user, and manipulate it with your function and then assert the results. Another way to test with dependencies is using BrainMonkey and Mockery. So that includes mocking your objects or entities that you want to test, and mocking the WordPress functions. So the difference between them is that the WP unit test case needs a little bit more setup to be used, but it saves you writing the mocks. So it saves you writing those functions. But using the BrainMonkey and Mockery helps you start writing tests without setting up maybe an empty database for testing, or a complex setup. So you can use them together or separately. So now that you know how to write tests, and we saw previously that at least 70% of your code base should be covered with tests, how do you track your coverage? So the way to do it is generate a coverage report, and that's something that is available with PHP Unit and also other testing framework. So in PHP Unit, the way you do it is first you need to take care of making sure that we know which function covers which test functions is covered by which other functions. So we need to use the cover annotations. And of course, after over PHP Unit 9.0, we wouldn't, after PHP Unit 11, we wouldn't need to use that, but for now, we have to use the covers annotation. So once you have them all covered, you have a command that you can execute, which is coverage HTML with the directory that you want to have the coverage reports generated. And then you get a really nice dashboard where you can see exactly what method is covered, what lines are missing. So for example, this method is, I didn't cover this line. So that way I have a clear picture of what I need to test, what I missed testing, and I can perfect my testing like that. But important thing to know about the coverage report is that, is that line coverage doesn't necessarily mean that you covered all the cases in your function. So if you have more than one condition in your if statement, for example, and you only covered one, it might be green, but actually you didn't cover all the cases. So you can use this coverage report, but use it cautiously. So if you want to read more resources about PHP Unit, so there is the documentation of PHP Unit and also the WP integration test basics. And I added here a resource for Yoast WP test utils, which actually helps you set up the test with WordPress. So that's resources that you can use. So now testing in JavaScript. So I think testing in JavaScript is a bit more simple, but also different. So again, basic setup, the same concept apply. We need to install our dependencies, and then we just have our command to run. And the tests, in this case, I'm using Jest. So the same thing apply. We have a data provider. So this is just an array with our test case. We have the naming of the tests. And we execute our method here. And then we expect the results. So the concepts are the same, but just a different syntax. So assertions also are the same, but in JavaScript they look a little bit different. While in PHP Unit you have assertions that are, let's say, assert not true. So in JavaScript you have modifiers. So you can add to every expectation or assertion, you can have, for example, a not. So not to be in document, not to have been called, and not to be true. And this is how it looks like when you execute the test. So it's very similar. So you have the name of the tests, and you can see if it passed or didn't. And also, the way you write the test is usually ending with test.js. So also in JavaScript, we have test coverage report. So the coverage report within JavaScript is a little bit more elaborate. So we have the statement coverage, branch coverage, function coverage, and line coverage. So the most important thing for us is usually the branch coverage, which means that we're covering all the cases the functions accepts. So another important thing about testing is within JavaScript is testing React components. So in this case, I will talk about using React testing library. So there is also basic setups for using React testing library. We need to install a few dependencies and import the testing library JSDOM to our tests, and have a little bit more configuration for a test to read the React components. And there is a different approach, different approach to testing when testing React component, that it's more user-centric. So we're testing, especially with React Testing Library, we're testing the way the user is interacting with the component. So this is a simple example of how testing with React Testing Library is performed. So we are importing the render from testing library, and we are having, again, the names of the test. We use the render to render our component. We get the queries from the render, and we have expectations. Same thing, but this time we're getting things from the component and testing the elements in the component the way they are being rendered. So the advantage of using React Testing Library is that they have queries that are based on accessibility. So it encourages you to create an accessible components, or use, for example, semantic HTML, use area labels, because otherwise, if you want to test a specific element in your component, the way you get this component is not through the ID. The user doesn't see the ID. It's through the label or the area label or the way the user see it. So by writing tests this way, we're also covering screen reader testing. So that brought me to the same situation when PR is ready, I just need to write test, and then I realize my component is not accessible. So writing tests also encourages you to write better components, more accessible components. So this is an example of a query that is more accessible. So here we're using a get by label text. So actually we're getting an input, but we're not getting it by the input tag or by ID. We're getting it by the label of the input. So that way we know that the screen reader, for example, will get the component through, it has a label to read for this element. And then we can assert it. So another concept with JavaScript tests is snapshot tests. So snapshot tests are a very fun test to write because they are very short. And they cover the entire component. So with snapshot tests, you are taking a snapshot of the HTML representation of your component. So basically, it looks like that. The test itself generates a file with the HTML representation of your component. And the next time you run the tests, it checks if the same HTML representation of your component matches the snapshots. So that way you can also, let's say you have different classes that you're using or styles, and you want things to be the same, then snapshot tests helps you also with that. And it also saves you time if you want to check if certain elements are in the document. Instead of just writing just entire, like 300 lines just to check if each element is in the document, you can just write a snapshot test. So the first time you run the snapshot tests, you will see the snapshot is being generated, and in your folder where you have the test, sorry, this one, you will see a new folder, a snapshot test folder, with the snapshot itself. The next time, and you will see here it's a snapshot was reading. The next time you run the test, you will see that it matches. It runs a test if it matches a snapshot. So if you want to read more about React Testing Library or Jest, so these are the resources. So how about testing in WordPress? Well, you will be happy to hear that everything we covered in this presentation is also done in WordPress core. So Gutenberg is using Jest. It's using also React Testing Library. It's using also Playwright. It's with the same syntax for end-to-end testing. And of course, it uses PHP unit. So you can go to those directories and get inspiration from those tests. That's it. Thank you. And if you want to contact me, I'll be in the OS booth.
Congratulations. Can you hear me? Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This for you.
Thank you.
So thank you, guys. Now we're about to do the Q&A. So we have the mics here. So wherever you have a question, just raise your hand, and the lady is going to give you the mic. So we're going for the first question. It's not working? No. Okay.
What would you recommend? Yeah, hello?
Perfect.
What would you recommend if you have API connectors as a functions? You do the same test?
If you have API endpoints?
And yeah, no API endpoints. When you have functions that are connecting to the API.
So is that like a third-party API?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in this presentation, I covered more unit tests. So in that case, you will need an integration test. So that's for testing. That's actually more for making sure that your third party is not crashing or something, and you will have you can get an early notice when your third party maybe has some problems. So that's what it's used for.
Another question?
Hello.
Hello.
Lovro Hrust from Croatia. I have two questions. First, in your company, do the same people who code also write tests, or you have a separate team for testing and separate for coding? And another question is, it's not exactly WordPress, but I'm also a WordPress developer. We are working on one application which is written Vue.js frontend, and it's a lot of it's a visual application. It has charting, it has maps and charts, and it's I'm not really expert in tests, and it's hard to me to think of unit tests there. More like end-to-end tests, but they are also hard to write, because how should I test something which is so visual, you know, like if map looks correctly or not? So, okay.
Well, I think you can use a snapshot tests if you know exactly which styles should be there, and you manually tested and saw that you have the desired result, and then if you run a snapshot test, you know that you can feel sure that if you refactor things or change things in your code, the snapshot test will detect changes visually in your HTML representation. So maybe it doesn't test like the CSS file, but if something changes in the classes or something changes in the elements, then the snapshot tests will detect it. And for Yoast, we actually unit tests mostly should be written by the developers, and the recommendation is that end-to-end tests or integration tests would be either written by QA team, We at Yoast, we write the unit tests, the developers write the unit tests, and each developer usually reviews the other developer's code. So we have kind of a system. But personally, before working at Yoast, I was mostly working like as a, not in a team, but mostly alone. So so it was very difficult to review your own code. And I think that test really helps the process. So that's my experience with a team and without. So, yeah. And definitely end-to-end tests are more complicated and takes more time and resources, just the time it runs for you to fix things, and then you have to wait like 3 minutes for it to complete. It takes more time. But if you use React Testing Library, you can cover a lot in unit tests with React Testing Library, the visual aspect. So.
Another question?
Yeah, hi, I was wondering, when you test for the rendered HTML, that was really, really impressive, by the way. How does that work, for instance, with translations? Would you do a separate test for each language, or can you, when you test for the presence of a particular label, for instance, would you test for say, the label of username? Would you test for each different version of that name? Is there a way to hook into the rendering of that particular label? I was wondering about that.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. Maybe we can discuss it later. Yeah. So I'll be at the Yoast booth. We can discuss it later.
Any other question? Anyone?
Yeah. Hello. I was wondering if you're also using static code analysis and how this goes together with testing to ensure that you don't miss anything.
You're talking about the coverage reports?
Stuff like PHP Stan or Psalm or tools like this, if you know those or use those.
I'm not using, I mean, when I'm writing tests, I'm focused on the coverage reports. I don't use other reports.
Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Okay, hi. So I have one question. It might be tricky. You actually write tests before functionality or functionality first and test?
Right, there are two different approaches. One approach is like test-driven development, which means that you write the tests before you write the functionality, and then you write the functionality to make the test pass. Personally, I write the test after, but I prefer to, in the memes that I added, I wrote like, I created a PR and then I wrote the tests. But actually, it's not always the case. Most of the time, I try to write the tests as part of the PR, because while writing tests, I discover many things that I need to refactor and things that I need to change, so the development process doesn't end. Like the writing test is part of the development process or part of my PR and not like something separate after. But sometimes it happens to be like in the contributor day, we had an issue that was already merged and solved, and we needed to add tests only after. And yeah, we needed to refactor it, but sometimes that's what happens. So.
Anyone else? No? Okay. I think we are good. Let's give a big round of applause for Vraja.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going on a 15-minute break that you can change the track or you can grab a coffee. Don't forget to visit the sponsors booth, because this is why we're here today, and have a good rest of the day. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're ready for our second speech. So this time we have Bjarne from Denmark. He's a web developer with a passion for sustainable, respectful, and inclusive internet. So let's give a big applause for Bjarne. And let's go with it.
Yeah, thank you so much for this turnout. It's quite amazing to see. I'm very thrilled that so many chose to come here today and learn a little bit about sustainable web development. Let me try if this clicker works. No. Let me try the other one. Backup plan. No. Laser pointer works. Over here. Back, forward. I'm sorry. We will get this sorted. Nope. While we get this sorted, let me freestyle a little then. So, a couple of years ago, back in 2021, I was on a canoe trip with my friend Lars, and we were discussing the injustice in inaccessible internet, and we were discussing climate change, which worried both of us quite a bit, and we were wondering if there was anything we could do in our area of work to help out with that. Yeah. And one good thing that came from the pandemic was the ability to attend in meetups all over the world. And I attended to some meetups in, thank you, in Bristol, I think, and learned about the topic sustainability and digital and internet. And I was quite surprised to learn how big an impact the internet, all the data centers, have on the environment. Let me just go back a second. There's a great article in the link on the slides on the Web Almanac, Chapter 20 on sustainability, with a lot of studies backing up the claims that the internet has a carbon footprint. Yeah. So go check that out. And I will use some screenshots here in this presentation that aren't that readable on the beamer here. I'm sorry about that. But if you go into the talk on the website, the WCEU website, the talk called Practical Techniques for Sustainable Web Development with WordPress, the session slides have already been uploaded, so you can follow along there if you have a hard time reading the numbers up here. One not that great thing that came with the pandemic was, at least in Denmark, the requirement to get either tested and have a valid test result on your phone, or a a vaccine, the shot, when that arrived. And I talked to one of my friends who is blind, and he told me that the governmental website where you have to book a test wasn't accessible. And imagine that you are blind, you're already told to keep a distance outside amongst your peers, which is hard when you cannot see. And you know, you are required to be tested, and you are required to use the governmental website for that. and it's inaccessible. That's not okay. A few years later, the situation wasn't that much better. Around 20% of the Danish websites are accessible, and the rest are failing. So, as I was talking to my friend Lars at this canoe trip, this is an older image from before, the wind at the Tystrup Sø spoiled our canoe trip, when the sun was still shining. And I asked him, well, don't you think that we can do better, a lot better? And he said, yes, you probably could. This could probably be a business. And I was, maybe not. But a month later, he had started a business and asked me to join him. And that was the beginning of the Sustainable Web, DK business. And we have been in business for 3 years now. We needed some guidelines, some principles to work upon. And as it mostly is, our idea wasn't that original. There's a sustainable web manifesto.com where more than 3,000 developers have signed up and committed themselves to create a sustainable internet that is clean, efficient, open, honest, regenerative, and resilient. These are words that can be hard to grasp. It's a bit fluffy. So I'm going to tell you what it means to us in our company. We try to develop green. What does that mean? We try to use the hardware we already have, the furniture for our offices that we already have. When we visit clients, we try to use public transportation when it's possible. We host our websites green on data centers that are powered by renewable energy. So that's the clean development part. We try to make websites that are efficient, that emits less than 0.25 grams of CO2 equivalents per page view. We try to make our websites open. They are all accessible by default. We try to take care of people's privacy and information. We use the WordPress privacy tools and plugins that support these tools. Being honest, we don't track people. We don't use cookie pop-ups or cookies. We don't implement any deceptive patterns. And we try to build websites that support or amplify a sustainable way of working or living. So no airline websites, but a website that helps you recycle your trash, maybe. And being resilient, we try to test our websites in real-world environment at the end user, in the end user's environment, being that out on the countryside where the mobile coverage is bad and the sun is shining on their phone, or in public transportation where the connection is not ideal. I have 2 slides on this Sustainable Web Manifesto, and that's not a coincidence because I think these are some amazing principles to work upon. And every time a question comes up from a client, can we have this feature? Or can I have that feature? We look on these 6 principles and see if it conflicts with any of these. And maybe we have to say no, and it's not a problem, because we agreed on that before we signed the contract. I'm into recycling, and that is also the reason I felt the urge to mention this talk from last year by Louise Tauler on digital sustainability, the benefits for business and the environment. It's much appreciated. There's a much more legislation and numbers and studies behind this topic, and Louise does a great job explaining that. So go into WordPress TV, not now, later maybe, and search for sustainability. And there are several talks. This is the most recent one. Great resources now. Okay. So, have anyone seen this screenshot, or not this particular screenshot, but this website called Website Carbon with the blue rating? Anyone? Yeah, okay, cool. So there we can put in the URL of our website and get an estimation on how much energy it uses and how much carbon emission it results in. These estimations are built on several factors, metrics, something we can measure. I mean, the page weight, the page size in kilobytes, we can measure. The carbon intensity of the country that the data center is located in. And some things we have to assume, like how many users are visiting this website on their phone, on their desktop. Are they connected to a Wi-Fi network, or are they using a mobile network? These are estimations. And what if these estimations are wrong? I won't go too much into that, because there's a great article on the sustainablewebdesign.org website where you can look into that. But the main conclusion for now is that we have the opportunity to do something now, even if our calculations are not 100% perfect. So we started to rebuild websites mostly. These are clients that comes to us, say we have this old website, we would like a new one in WordPress. And this is an example. The screenshot to the left is the old website. It features all the regular stuff you know on a website, a logo, a navigation menu, a slider. It's a website from 2007 or something like that. It's pretty old, the old website. So it has a slider. Social media links, and what have we got here? 6 blog posts or articles with this read more button, which was how you did it back then, and a footer. Nothing in particular. So we built a new site for DTHS, and it has most of the same features. Now there's a search function. That's nice. We replaced the slider with a gradient and a not that visible, blurred background image, very lean. Instead of 6 articles with a read more button, we have now 12 articles with a featured image to make it look a little bit modern and engaging. And a footer, that's not visible on the screenshot. So you might think that the new website is heavier than the old website, as it contains more images. But actually, it's 88% leaner. Where the old website were estimated to emit 0.55 gram of CO2 per page view, the new website were estimated to emit 0.06 grams of CO2 per page view. So that's just to say that a more modern or feature-complete website does not have to be more polluting. In fact, the opposite might as well be the case. During the last 3 years, we have rebuilt several websites, and the average carbon footprint reduction is an average 89%. Which industry wouldn't pursue these numbers and try to reduce the carbon emissions by 89%, if possible, without any, loss of functionality? Imagine if your electric car could drive 4 times the range on the same energy. Of course, you would look into that. Besides making our websites leaner and more efficient, we also moved our hosting to a data center that is hosted by renewable energy. You can find such a host on the greenwebfoundation.org. And you can enter your URL to on this website and see if your data center, your host, is registered as a host being powered by renewables. If it doesn't show up here, it doesn't mean necessarily that your host isn't powered by renewables, but this is the information we've got. Because not all energy is created equal, this is a screenshot from Electricity Maps, a very interesting site where you can see how the energy mix is in your country at any given time. This is a screenshot from February, the entire month. And it's hard to see, so I will just try to go over it. But it says that the average, the carbon intensity of 1 kilowatt hour in Denmark was 404 grams of CO2, meaning that every time we use 1 kilowatt power on our data center, 404 grams of CO2 are being emitted. The rate of renewable energy is around 55% because we have some wind power, a little bit of solar power. Of course, that's not a lot in Denmark in February. We burn a lot of coal, and we burn a lot of wood, which is called biomass, which we import, and we burn a lot of gas. So even though we in Denmark praise ourselves that we are front runners in ecological and climate stuff, we do want to keep warm in the winter, and we burn a lot of stuff to that. So at the same time, in February, the carbon intensity in Sweden was around 25 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. They also have wind power. They also had hydro power, like water flowing down the mountains, which you can utilize to create energy. We don't have any mountains in Denmark, so that's not an option. And then they have nuclear power, and make of it what you want, but it doesn't emit a lot of carbon, supposedly. So we chose a hosting company in Sweden, trying to use and support a hosting company that is powered by renewables. Okay, the nitty-gritty part we come to now. So when you want to reduce the size of your website, one of the metrics that we can use in this calculation in how much carbon is emitted on our website, when we try to reduce the size, where do we start? And there's a website called digitalbeacon.co where you can enter your URL and get this breakdown. How much of kilobytes are your images causing? What is your size of all your scripts and your style sheets and your fonts? And maybe I forgot to mention that, but let me just rewind. When we sign a contract with a client, we agree on a maximum carbon emission per page view. And it's mostly around 0.25 gram of CO2 per page view. So let's say on this side, in this screenshot here, we are emitting around 0.2 gram of CO2 per page view, so that's fine. But let's say we want to add another 6 images. We would probably break that budget. That gives us a tool to decide or have a discussion with our client. Can we use system fonts instead? Or is 9 images enough? Digital Beacon is a great tool to facilitate that discussion, I think. The 4 worst offenders I find on the website I rebuilt are images. They are huge. There are videos, there are fonts, and PDF files. There's also scripts and CSS, etc., but that will take too long. So when it comes to images, I suggest you try and locate the worst offenders, the biggest images on the website. And then you experiment with the formats and the quality of these images. Use responsive images. That is built into WordPress now since 5 point something, so nothing to worry about there. And lazy loading, probably also enabled by your WordPress theme. And once you have found the right compression ratio for your images, automate that process using a plugin. The tools I use in these examples that I will show you now is Squoosh.app, a website where you can upload an image and play around with compression radios, and the EWWW Image Optimizer plugin that automates compression. So, sorry. Now it gets a bit technical. How many in here are familiar with the inspect tool in your browser? Oh, that's most of you. Great. So what I do when a client approaches me, or anyone approaches me, you can come up to me afterwards if you want. Say, what can I do on my website? How can I prove my website? This sounds interesting. There seems to be a lot to be gained here. What can I do? So open your inspect tool, choose the network tab, try and throttle the connection, the bandwidth, to a 3G connection. The inspect tool will list all the assets that is loaded on the page. Sort them by size with the largest file at the top. In this example, this is from a university in Denmark. We have one image. It's the one up here in the hero section with an entrance and some students walking out. This is a PNG file at 1.8 megabyte. The total size of this page is 5.2 megabytes transferred, 7.3 megabytes uncompressed. And the download time in total on a mobile phone is around 30 seconds. Who has 30 seconds to wait for a single page to load? So I download this image, the hero image, and I upload it to Squoosh, where I can play around. It's not possible in the slide, of course, but there's this slider, and I suggest you start playing around with it. And you can see the before and after results once you have tried different quality settings. And what we did here is that instead of a PNG format, we chose the JPEG format and the quality of 70. That alone reduced that image size by 89%. So now it's only 193 kilobytes. That's a huge reduction. Because PNGs are not that great for photography. You probably know that already. But there's more, as phones don't have desktop monitor resolutions, or mostly don't have. So what this emulated phone reports is that the width of the display is 375 pixels wide. And then there's something called, I remember, the device pixel ratio hides the fact that it's actually 750 pixels wide. So obviously it doesn't make sense to serve an image that is 2000 pixels wide when you only use 700 of these pixels in the vertical direction. So if we further reduce the size, rescale the image size down to a size that is appropriate for phones, we will have a reduction of 98%. And the image file is now only 45 kilobytes wide. That is just one image. I mean, compressing that one image reduced the page size of that page by around 25%. So there's a lot to be gained with a minimum of effort. So to recap on images, use your preferred plugin for image compression. You can and should compress images before upload, but WordPress generates these thumbnails called large, medium, and thumbnail, I think, and your theme might create other versions of that image as well. And these images aren't that greatly compressed. That's quite weird, actually. But if I upload a, thoroughly compressed image to my WordPress installation, I will have a large version that is actually, by dimension, smaller than my full version image, but it might have a larger file size. An image compression plugin will take care of that. Use the one that suits your needs. Set the lowest acceptable quality. Experiment with the quality in Squoosh. Start with like 10 and move your way up until you have to squint your eyes to see any difference. That is your quality. Enable WebP compression. So WebP is more efficient than PNGs and JPEGs. And your plugin will probably be able to create these versions of the images for you and serve them to the devices that support WebP. And remember your budget. It's very easy to be lured into just adding more content to the page. But remember your budget. Videos. These are the second worst offenders I meet on websites that are inefficient. How many of you have wanted to have videos in the hero section as a background video, or had clients that wanted videos in the hero section auto-playing? Yeah, it's quite a common thing. Well, it's bad for several reasons, accessibility being one of them. And it's also, do we linger on the hero section to watch that video in slow-mo without audio? Do we really need that? Or if we need videos, should it be a proper video with audio and subtitles that we can play on demand? What I see is that our clients have a production company to shoot a great, beautiful video for them, and they spend a lot of money on that. And of course, they want to embed that on the website. In many cases, it does not have to be a 4K quality video with surround sound. That is mostly being consumed on your phone anyway. So my advice to you is try to get the message that the video attempts to get across in standard definition, no 4K, no high definition. Find the right bitrate for your video compression. Do not skimp on audio. Audio is important if it's there. And help your clients compress this video. Many clients don't have a clue that video compression is a thing. I'm now going to show you, and have a little break, a video we uploaded for a client. I had some issues with Google Slides and video Google Slides trying to compress or resize my video to 360p. So this is a screencast of me playing a video. It's a bit odd, but let's try it. I'm searching for the Danish word of cardboard and locating the video on the page, enabling captions. That is for you.
Mit navn er Mogens Tude, og jeg er driftschef her på AFLD, hvor det er et modtageanlæg, hvor vi modtager mange forskellige typer affald til genanvendelse. Når vi modtager pap og papir fra borgerne, så sorterer vi den del af papiret ud, det giver mening at sortere ud. Papirdelen går til produktion for eksempel af æggebakker, mens resten, og det er pap og noget papir, der er blandet sammen, det går til produktion af for eksempel det rør, der er inde i en gulvtæppe for eksempel, eller det rør, der er inde i en toiletrulle, eller det rør, der er inde i en køkkenrulle. Vores opfordring til borgerne er, at man fortsætter med den gode affaldssortering i hjemmene.
These are the settings I used to compress this video. These are hard to see on the projector screen here, so I will go over them quickly and you can watch them in the slides in your own time. But it's not a lot, really. I have used a application called Handbrake. I chose that my compressed version of this video should be web optimized, ordering the data in a way that it's appropriate for streaming. And then I scale the video size down to the width of my content in the block editor, the standard width of the content in the block editor. In this case, 768 pixels wide, assuming that most people would just play the video inline, if at all. Make sure to keep the aspect ratio of 16:9, and here the interesting part comes. So the average bitrate of this video is 700 kilobits per second. The original video had around 20 megabyte data per second, and that's way too much. So by experimenting with different settings in here, I found that the appropriate setting was around 700 kilobytes for the average bitrate, the quality. The frame rate stays, it's the same. Normally there isn't any reason to change the frame rate. And for the audio, as I said, don't skimp on audio quality, but 360 kilobits for Mogens talking about how to recycle cardboard, that's not necessary. 96 kilobytes stereo mixdown is just fine. On this site, on this particular site, I mean, the client has a new video made maybe twice or 3 times a year. So they cannot remember all these settings. So I compress the video for them. And I'm using a custom post type here for the videos so I can add them to the site. And in the note field, the label, the help text for this field, this is the MP4 file, and I have my subtitles and the poster image or the featured image. In these note fields, I write down the compression ratio that is suitable for these types of videos, allowing me to remember the optimal settings so I don't have to do that work again, or whoever is going to compress and upload videos to the site. So once the video has been uploaded to this custom post type, the client can just pick the video in a drop-down, and they don't have to worry about all the technical details, because they won't. If they don't get this sort of help, they will just upload their original video on their site, and they will watch it on the local area network and think, this is fine, it works great. Oh, I'm done? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, compress your video. This particular video went down from 50 megabytes to 5 megabytes. Compress your fonts. Watch the slides, or get up to me afterwards if you need more details. I've been too slow. Yeah, don't upload every font that is available in the zip file from Google. Use the one, upload the ones you need, or use system fonts and PDF files. They as well can mostly be compressed at around 75% with no visible loss in quality. Final slide, I'm sorry. The resource portal is a trash sorting guide. It is estimated to have around 800,000 page views or impressions annually. By using these methods, we brought the carbon emissions down from 1,600 kilograms to around 80 kilograms per year. Now imagine if you go home and apply some of these techniques to your own sites and spread the word that we can make more efficient, accessible, and greener websites with not that much effort on a WordPress scale. That would have a huge impact. So please dive more into this and get in touch afterwards if this has caught your interest. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we're moving to the Q&A part. So if you have any question, raise your hand and you will see the two guys with the gray t-shirts to give you the mic. So if you want to go ahead, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the great talk. It was really interesting. I have a question. What's your opinion on the big service providers such as Cloudflare nowadays, who do also a lot of compression automatically when you push your site? They automatically generate WebP files from your JPEG files just to put stuff down, also on the CDN level. So what's your opinion on the green side of using those services nowadays than just using your own website and optimize it?
Yeah, is this still open? Yeah, okay. I think it depends on where the major part of your visitors are located. Say, the Danish resource sorting guide is only used by 6 municipalities in Denmark. I mean, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have that size, that site cloned to content delivery networks in Shanghai and Texas. That's just extra traffic, right? So, but if you have a global site, I suppose that using a content delivery network would make sense. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I will start at the same time as you, and I didn't know the manifesto, so thank you. I will add a new thing to the manifesto. Is, you know, on the 4% of footprint of the digital, 2/3 is the manufacturing, your phone, your tablet, your laptop, your screen, and so on. And sometimes you may optimize the energy, but you can get your website incompatible with all phone, all tablet. So sometimes you need to get fallbacks to WebP, to AVIF, to JPEG XL to make sure your website is still accessible to all the tablet, because it can be from poor people or rich people. It depends of your digital awareness, in fact. So if you could add this accessibility, would be great.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that feedback. That's absolutely true. Some older Apple devices don't support WebP, and they cannot be upgraded. Talk with Apple about that. So in these cases, we have to serve the older legacy formats like PNG and JPEG, and a plugin that creates WebP images alternatives will take care of that and serve the WebP file only to the browser agents that supports and can display WebP images. And in case you come with an iOS 12 iPad, you will be served the JPEG or the PNG file, so there will be some backwards compatibility there.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning.
Hi.
You mentioned that tracking shouldn't be done too much. What solution do you have to measure performance? Because a lot of clients are paying advertising money and stuff towards their website. But if you don't use the right tracking tools, you cannot measure that performance. Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, we do have statistics. We just don't use Google Analytics, and we don't use Facebook Pixels, for instance. I mean, the benefits of being able to avoid cookies outweighs the benefits of being able to track individual persons' activity on the internet. So we still get statistics on how many visitors do we have, what pages are they looking up, and are they using a phone or a desktop or whatever, which country do they come from, but we don't track any individual information that we will need to take care of.
So you use server-side tracking?
Sorry?
You're using server-side tracking for that?
Yeah, sometimes, and we also use a service called Plausible. It's a different cookie-less, cookie-free tracking, not tracking, statistics service. Or there are several plugins for WordPress that gives you, I mean, the basic information you need, like how many visitors, where do they come from, are my sites being seen? These kind of questions have proven to our clients to be enough in our experience. And therefore we can avoid the cookies entirely and the cookie pop-ups who nobody loves.
Okay, thank you.
Which nobody loves, yeah.
Hi, thank you for a great talk and for bringing sustainability right into the mainstream of the WordCamp. It's really what we need. In terms of you seem to be getting really amazing results with your rebuilds. You're 89% as an average. Do you think, or have you consciously picked sites which had a lot of room for improvement? Or do you think that in general, these sort of results, this sort of change could be made across most sites that we might work on?
I mean, I didn't cherry pick bad sites to demonstrate for you here. These are the results that I see across the board, and that is why I thought it was important to come down here and tell you about it. I didn't mention that when we don't rebuild sites, when we just optimize existing sites, I have had people coming to me, what can I do? And I explain it to them, and they go home and they achieve around 50 to 70% of reduction by themselves in an hour's work. So, I mean, the worst example you saw here, the original site, that one that I achieved 95% reduction on, I built that original site. I built that original site, and I don't want to mention it, but it was in a page builder that wasn't that effective. So, old site.
Is there a subtle message here that be careful using page builders?
No, and I mean,
okay.
they've gotten a lot more efficient over the years. But there was a time period where every widget or element that you could load on a page were the code for that were loaded on each page, even though you didn't use it. So that wasn't that effective. Some page builders didn't allow you to upload fonts in WOF2 format, but you have to use the TrueType format. That isn't very effective. So no, in general, I wouldn't advise against using page builders if that is your thing.
But if there's an old page being used, that there could be good opportunities to improve.
Sorry?
If an older version of a page builder has been used to build a site,
Definitely.
it's likely there's good opportunities for
the
improvement.
blog editor, Gutenberg blog editor, has matured that much. I use that solely and have been for 4 years now. So I can do everything I want in the blog editor. So, and it's very efficient.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, any other questions? Perfect.
Hi, thank you for your talk, for putting this subject in such a practical way. I'm curious about the CO2 budget, and I have a question about if you work with clients that are already committed with sustainability, or you work with clients that are not committed and you have to somehow convince them to design the websites in this CO2 budget.
Well, you are asking if it is difficult to convince the client to adhere to a budget, or?
Yeah, I'm asking if if it is difficult, and if the clients you are working with, they already are committed with sustainability. They want to make their website in a sustainable way, or you are able to convince non-committed people to do this, or how do you do it?
Yeah. First of all, I put the conditions into my quote or my offer front and center. So I say, this is how we develop websites, and this is what you sign up for. Second, it's not that hard to make a mock-up of the before-after website, and I show them this is your current carbon emissions of your existing website, and this is what you can achieve. And then I show them the core web vitals, because they are through the roof, 100% all the time, and that they understand. I mean, even if the idea of websites having a carbon footprint is abstract to them, having a great SEO score, or a great performance score, or a great accessibility score, that resonates with them every time. So I have never experienced it to be a problem, really.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, any other question? Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Hello, I'm here.
Hi.
You spent quite some time talking about optimizing images and videos.
Yeah.
I was wondering what your thoughts about using AIs for generating images and videos, because as far as my understanding is, this is very, very, very carbon heavy.
Well, I use AI for translating a text. That is a great help. I have artists in my family, so we don't cheer on AI taking that job out of our hands, really. Is it necessary, or can we use real humans photography? I would prefer that, but that's just as a feeling, really.
And do you have because I've had this more like of anecdotal stories. Did you look at that, and how bad is it actually? Like, is it really as bad as I've heard, carbon-wise?
It's an interesting question, and I'd love to have that conversation if we could catch up maybe.
Cool. Sure.
There's a link on this slide, Aldrup.dk. That's not personal blog. There are contact information in the footer. Please get in touch.
Okay, any other question? No? We're good? Okay, so we're moving on a 15-minute. We have one more question before we go to break.
Thank you very much for your excellent talk, Bjarne. Just to mention, because a lot of people here are interested in the topic of sustainability, there is a sustainability team within WordPress. So if you want to join, yeah. There are Nora's there as well. A few people joining our weekly or bi-weekly meetings on Slack. We have a Slack channel, so if you're interested, please join. There are a lot of things going on, a lot of discussions, things and ideas we share, and willing to make WordPress leading on sustainability. So please join our forces. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving to a 15-minute break. You can go next to the track and maybe get the golf cart to go to track 1, and see you in 15 minutes. Have a good rest of the day. Okay. Oh, some people still coming. So let's give them so they can sit down. Okay. Welcome back, guys. Hope you have a great break and grab some coffee. We're moving to the next talk now. Let's give a big round of applause for Magdalena, a WordPress developer and evangelist.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, is it okay? Good. Hi, I'm Magdalena Paciorek, and I'm from Poland. I work in a local hosting company in a marketing department. As a part of my job is to develop and maintain our websites. And when we first built our main website, our WordPress website for marketing purposes, it was more than 4 years ago. It was the early days of the blog editor. But because my team needed some tool to be able to create, landing pages and do A/B tests, we thought, since it's already in core, we're going to use it. And for the last 4 years, I, could witness the evolution of the software, which is quite fascinating for me, to be honest, and also to develop my skills as a developer. And since this blog editor grown to be a really powerful tool. But I still hear these opinions that it's really, it's still falling behind other page builders, that you can only build some basic websites, but nothing really too complicated, and basically that maybe it's not really useful for many use cases. And I picked this topic for the WordCamp Europe because I wanted to sort of challenge these opinions. And I wanted to build a listing page, a listing website, that would list, for example, cars, which is a little bit more complex than just a small brochure website for small businesses. And I wanted to see how much of this website can be built with no code, with just blog editor, and for which features we will still need to code. So I divided my talk into 3 parts. The things that we need to think about when building this kind of listing website. So the first one is the data, because if you're building the listing website, the important feature to have it on such a website is to have some sort of filters, right? That the user could filter out the post, for example, on the car listing, they only want to display BMWs or something like that. So the data is very important. Then the layout. The layout is also important because with page builders, you can build any layout with page builders. It's not a problem. Also with the blog editor. So building the layout is not a problem. The problem is maintaining it later on so that you can make changes in one place and then it would get applied everywhere on the website. So this is really challenging with page builders. And I wanted to see how, if this can be solved with the blog editor. And also the styles, obviously we need to apply some styles to the website, so this is also important. So let's start with the data. So WordPress has 3 major data types / content types for posts, right? Custom post types, custom taxonomies, and post meta. So I've built this custom post type for car, and the custom post type still has to be registered with the function, register post type function. And then I set the showing rest to true so that the blog editor would be enabled on this page, right? And then I built this layout. And this is the layout that I built just with core blocks. And this is like the ultimate experience I would like to provide to the users so that they can edit visually in a true what you see is what you get experience. But of course, this is not as simple as just putting some blocks together because we have some challenges, especially the data. So if you want to provide some sort of filtering, so some data can't be just added as regular blocks, as paragraph blocks, because all of this layout is saved as HTML, as one HTML, and then the particular data, like the price or the color, right, it would be saved together. And so it would be impossible to filter out the post so that the data has to be stored somewhere separately in the separate places in the database. And so how to deal with it in a blog editor? So the first thing to do, we can register taxonomy. I just registered the taxonomy with the register taxonomy function. Also, there's no UI for creating new taxonomy. We have to create it with the code, but then we get a lot for free. So first thing we get for free is the UI, right? So this UI here. So the checkboxes that the user can create new terms, right? They delete it, rename them. This is all coming for free when we register taxonomy. And also the users can also select the appropriate terms, the brands of the cars or whatever, out of in this UI. And then the second thing, what is great about the taxonomy, is that it provides us with the templating. So we can have the pages for example, BMWs, and it comes out of the box. So we can just create a template in the site editor, also in the node code, no code, and it will be handled by WordPress because WordPress recognizes the URL of the term, and then it will load appropriate template from the template hierarchy, and then we can display specific posts for specific terms. So this all comes for free, and it's great, but it has one problem, right? You can probably notice that at the moment in this UI, the user can actually select more than one term. So that's a problem because also by accident, but this is not really user-friendly. So I wanted to create something that is more user-friendly. So I created my own controls. You see, the site editor and the block editor, it has this slot fill system. So what it means is there are certain slots, so like empty spaces in a few places around block editor that we can insert our own components into it. And this one is plugin document settings panel, slot fill, where I could insert my own component. So I created this select component, which would load the parent term, so the brands of the cars, like to the first select. And once the user selects the brand, then the second select would appear, and they can select the brand for this the model of a car of this brand. So this is much better user experience, but this can't be done in no code. This actually requires some JavaScript skills and understanding of how, to work with block editor and the data layer of WordPress in JavaScript. But it's already a little bit better user experience. But I wanted to push it a little bit more and create something that offers this true visual editing experience, because why not give the users the possibility to edit the data right where they see it. So in the CLO table, right, they don't need any sidebar panels for it. They could be just editing right in the yellow table in the content area. So for this, I needed to create my own block that works really similarly to the previous one of the controls in the side panel. They also load the taxonomies and they save to taxonomies, but they can be used inside of the content. So this is really great. I really like the experience of visual editing. So this is the taxonomies. There is also another data type / content type in WordPress, which is the post meta. Post meta you probably already know very well, especially the ACF plugin that is used very widely in the agencies, especially. So with this plugin, we can create the meta boxes, the custom fields for the data, and they get saved to the post meta table in the database. But ACF is a great plugin. It's great for classic editor, but in my opinion, not really perfect for the block editor because it just creates this distraction in the content area, and I want to have this really visual experience for the users. So first thing that I've done was to create my custom controls for the side panel. So this is exactly the same slot fill that I've used for the taxonomy, and just created some controls for the users to be able to add the data, like the year of production year or the price of the car. And then I binded it to the paragraph block. So the block bindings API, this is a new API that I think it was included in WordPress in the last version, and it's early days, so it's still early in development, and it will be becoming more and more powerful with time. But at the moment, it works with post meta, and it's read-only. So what it means, we can bind the block, for example, the paragraph block, to the meta field or meta table in the database. And so we can pull the data from somewhere else, not from the user typing in the paragraph, but from somewhere, and it will show up in the paragraph block. So at the moment, the user can't edit in the paragraph. We need some sort of inputs for the user to be able to save the meta, but at some point, that's the goal for this API, for the users to be able to also edit the paragraph, and that it will be saved to the database in post-meta, rather than just as HTML. So this is very, very powerful. And at the moment, only post-meta is supported, but you can also create your own bindings. And I created the bindings like before for the taxonomies. So but it has to be custom-made and custom-made in code. But ultimately, the block bindings API, what is the most powerful about it, is that ultimately it's all going to be sort of, people will be able to use it in no code, 100%. So create register post-meta, there will be UI for it. Create post-meta to link the post-meta to the blocks. So all of this will work out of the box in no code required for this. So, and probably this will happen probably till the end of the year, because this is now very important API that is under development. So I really recommend you to take a look at it. But I wanted to have this experience, the future experience of block bindings, that the user can also edit the data when they see it, not only read from the database. So for this, at the moment, I had to create my own block that would work with post-meta, that would read from post-meta and then save to post-meta. And the user can edit it as a paragraph block in the same way. So for this, I don't need any custom fields, any meta boxes, any side panels, because the user just edits the data right where they see it. So I really love this experience, and this is possible to be built, but at the moment only with code. And the last thing I've done with the data and with my blog is to register block variations. Because I have quite a few data, and I didn't want to add options to the meta block so that the user would have to change the options every time. So I could register block variations from this one block and just set certain meta keys as default for each variation. And then so the user sees it as a different blocks, but it's actually one block that it's just has is connected to the different meta fields, so it grabs that data from the different meta fields. So this is also something to look into. Okay, so once we have the data in place and it's the data is stored separately in the database, even though the user might see it as just a part of a content, but it's stored in the database. Now we can create the filters for the post. So this is quite okay, right, for the website that we're trying to build. And so now let's move to the layout. The layout also has some challenges because the site editor is there. We can build layouts, also quite complex layouts with the site editor, but then I want to build a layout that is maintainable in the future, right? So I can build it in one place, and that it can be then edited in one place. So that because that's a challenge with page builders. Oftentimes, these websites would be built in a way that then when you want to make changes, the user has to go to each page individually and make these changes, which is unacceptable, really. So how to approach building layouts for this post type? So first thing, I design or whatever you call it, this post, right? The layout for the post and the design for the post. But the first question that I had was, so there are quite a few elements, right? There is like a header and a footer. There's this yellow table. There's a title, the featured image, some description, some gallery. So, but what goes into the template and what goes into the content? This is quite confusing when we're building with site editor and block editor. So I thought, okay, first approach would be that to put almost everything in a template. It's similarly what we would have done with classic theme. And then just keep the description and the gallery in the content, because the gallery has a nice UI, the gallery block, and so I wanted to keep it in the content area. And the rest would be the template. And then so in the site editor, when building a single card template from blocks, this would be how it would look like, right? With core, I just use the core blocks for it. So there is this content block in which in this place of content block, the content of the post would load on the front end. So this is how it would look like, but then the editing would look like this. So this is not a true what you see is what you get experience, because, well, now the user only has this paragraph and gallery block in the content, and they have to fill in the data in the side panel here that will show up in the yellow table on the front end, but they still have to preview it. So that's not ideal, but the benefit of having most of it in a template is that the things that are in a template can be edited in one place, right, in a template editor, and it gets applied. And also the template can be saved as HTML in the theme, so it can be tracked with Git, so there are some benefits to it. The second approach, I thought maybe I'll try out the second approach. So just put the header and the footer in the template, and then keep everything in between as content. So this would mean that the template would look like this one, so it would have like only the header and the footer and the content block in between, and then everything from the post would be loaded to the content area. But now the editing of the post would look like this one. It would be more like what you see is what you get, because all the data would be there, and I could make the yellow box editable, and they could edit just where they see it. So this is great experience, but it has some challenges to which I will come back in a moment. So this is this is something new that is, I had to figure out how to preview it, because I don't know if you know, but at the moment we have post editor for editing posts, and the site editor where you can edit like patterns, templates, and so on. And the site editor ultimately will become a new WP admin. So everything from the old WP admin will be moved to this new site editor view. Also the post types and the editing of the post. So ultimately, this will be the view of the post, of editing the post, but as you can see, there is a header and a footer also included, and all parts from the template. So the user really wouldn't know which parts of it are the template and which are the content, because it is all going to be blended into one view. So maybe ultimately it really doesn't matter how we approach it, but I'll come back to this thought a little bit later. So okay, this is great. We can we sort of figure it out. So let's say I've chosen the first approach, and it's great because most of it I can edit through the template. But now the first problem that you might have thought about is that when the user creates new post, like by default there will be empty, right? Empty content. So this you can't expect from the users to add the same blocks for every post. So this would be not really usable for this kind of page. So what can be done is what I did is to create the template for the post. So this is the template. It's just a paragraph and the gallery that should be default template for each post or the car post that is created for a new post. And this can be defined in the register post type function. You can pass the array of blocks there, and it will be loaded every time when the user creates new post. So this is great because they don't have to add their the blocks. They don't have to remember about it. It's just there. This is the default view, and they just have to fill it with content. But the problem here is that they can also remove blocks, move them around, add other blocks to it. So this is also not exactly something that we would want. So there is this template log property in the register post type function. So what it means, we can say, okay, we want this template, the paragraph and the gallery, and then we want to lock it so that the user can't remove it, can't move it, can't do anything about it, just edit the content. So this is how the block looks like when the template lock is set to false, which is the default setting. And so you can see there are all options are available. They can move it, they can delete the block. So not ideal, but another setting, we can set it to content only. And this is great setting because when we set the template lock to content only, this is how the toolbar will look like, and this was the previous one. So this is the default one, and this is the content only. So in content only mode, they can only edit the content. all controls for editing styles are gone. They can't move it, they can't remove it. They can only, in the image, they can only change the image, set the alt, set the title, set the link, and maybe crop the image. That's all they can do. They can't remove it, they can't change it. And so this is great. And the same goes for the paragraph block. So this is working perfectly, and the template is now locked, and this is it. Like, you can fill it with data, and you can't do anything more about it. But there's one more problem here. Let's say it's working fine. The client added like 100 posts, and now after 100 posts, the client comes to us and says, you know what, but I want this gallery on top and the description on bottom. So can we change it? And of course, you can change it in the register post type function in the template. This is not a problem, but it will only apply to the new post. So that's the problem. And what about the posts that are already published, right? They will stay as before. So that's also not really acceptable for us. We don't want to change it individually on each post. So there is one more thing we can do. We could actually create a pattern out of it. So put the paragraph and the gallery into a pattern and make this pattern synchronized. And then add the synchronized pattern as a template, not in individual blocks. So what it means, the synchronized patterns has been in WordPress core in a block editor, I think, since the beginning of the block editor. So what it means, we can create a pattern, set the styles, set the layout, and then add this pattern to multiple pages. And then when we want to change something, we change the pattern, we change the color, and it gets applied everywhere the pattern is added on the website. And it's great, but the synchronized pattern means everything is synchronized. So the styles are synchronized, the layouts are synchronized, and the content is synchronized. So also, for example, the photo would be synchronized across like every page. So this is not really what we want. And here comes the overrides. Overrides for sync patterns are not yet in core. They will be included in core in the next version, in the next month. So what it means, we can create the sync pattern and then say, okay, I want the images and the paragraph we want to enable overrides on these content. So what it means is that now in this pattern, the styles and the layouts will be synchronized across the instances, but the content can be different for every page. So this is exactly what we need for this use case, because then the user could change the text, could change the photos, but when they want to edit, for example, change the order of paragraph and the gallery, or change the styles, then they will go to the patterns in the site editor, and then the pattern would open in an isolated view, and then you can make some changes to the pattern. And once you click Save, it gets applied everywhere. On the published pages, on the ones that are going to be created in the future. So this sort of solves the problem of having that we don't have to edit on multiple pages. We can just edit in one place. So that's why I said before that maybe it really doesn't matter now, or wouldn't matter in a short time, whether we make something a template part, or the content, because it can be done as sync pattern with overrides, and then it will we will still have this functionality that we edit in one place. The only thing different about the patterns than the templates, that templates can be saved as HTML files, but patterns, they only are saved to the database. So that's quite difficult to track it with Git, for example. So there are some discussions about it, how to make it work. And I wanted to do one more thing, because there's one more thing the user could do to actually make some changes to this template, or to the layout. They could edit HTML. They could change the mode from the visual view to the code view, and they could make some edits. And this is really a bad idea, because I don't know if you know that you actually shouldn't ever change the HTML here in the editor. Because the way the editor works, it just reads the HTML from the database that is saved to the database, and it tries to extract some data from it. Like, for example, from the paragraph block, it tries to extract the content, the class, and a few other properties, and then it will create a state for the application from this data. And then you edit it, and you, for example, change the class name, so this class name gets changed, and then the editor saves it, and it serializes it to HTML. And so it happens all the time, this parsing, serializing of the data. And when we change the HTML, and then when the editor reads the HTML, they maybe come up, they see some part of HTML that wasn't defined in the source code, so the parser doesn't know what to do with it. And then it blocks the block, right? You've probably seen that. When you open the editor and the block is like the editing is blocked. You can't edit it, you have to resolve it, right? It's because of that. So that I believe, like, yeah, I don't understand why this option is even enabled in the editor. It never should be edited unless you know what you're doing. And so I would always disable it for the end users so that they can't edit any code. And it can be done through PHP hook. It's called block editor settings all, and it's in the documentation. This exact example is in the documentation if you're looking for it, so you can also use it. So yeah, so that's for the layout. I think we really were able to achieve something that is actually able to edit in one place, and it serves the purpose. It has still some challenges, and a lot of these APIs are still early in development. Also, the sync pattern overrides. This is also using the block bindings, so it's not finished yet, and will not be finished in the next version of WordPress. It's just like a first iteration. So we'll still need to wait a few more months for it to be finalized, because at the moment it has some limitations. So maybe it's not ready for using in production websites for the clients, but you can sort of see what can be built with them. And the last thing is the styles. So just shortly about the styles. So first thing that is really important when building for the block editor is that the whole point of having the block editor is to offer this, what you see is what you get experience for the user, so they can edit, they can have this feeling of editing on the front end, as if they were on the front end, even though they are not in the front end, they are in the back end, but just have this feeling, and to have this feeling, the back end styles should match the front end. So you see, for my page, the back end, this is the WP admin, and this is the front end. It looks almost the same. There are some differences, because on the backend we have some UI elements like the buttons, because on the backend they just edit the content, so there has to be some sort of UI for editing the content, which is unnecessary for the front end. But basically, this is the styles are matching. And in the beginning of Block Editor, when it was released and it was included in WordPress, the biggest problem with the editor was that it relied on the theme authors to style the backend of the blocks in the same way as the front end. And most theme authors didn't do it. And so it created this feeling that the block editor is broken, because it almost never worked correctly, because the style wasn't matching the front end. And so this is very important to take care about it, and to care about the styles on the back end, even though traditionally when we build in classic way, we only think about the front end. But when building for the block editor, we also need to think about the backend, because the backend experience, the editing experience, is also important. It's as important as the front end experience. And back in the days, we needed two different styles. It was difficult to style it, because you needed different styles for the back end, for the front end. It was like complex. So I'm not surprised that the theme authors didn't care to do it. But today we have the Theme.json. The Theme.json is like a central config file for styling and for settings of the editor. And we can do quite a few things with it. So first thing that we can do, we can adjust the settings for the editor. So we can, for example, set the color palette and also restrict the color palette. So only the color palette from the style guide will be available for the users, like here in this example. And this one is the default one. If we don't restrict them, they would have like the color picker. They can pick any color. So that's what we most of the times don't want when building custom websites. And there are quite a few more settings like this one, so we can restrict certain options for the users. And also we can use this PHP filter that I've used before for the code editor. to also play around with user roles. So you can have different settings for example, admins or power users or whatever you call it, and then different settings for like regular editors. So maybe some users can have more options than the others. So this is really interesting, and you can take a look at it. The documentation for Theme.json is very good, so I would just encourage you to go and check it. And then the second thing that can be done with Theme.json is to style the blog, not mainly the blocks, the content of the blog editor. And the site editor gives us this style book, I think it's called style book, where you can preview all blocks. I don't know if there are only core blocks or also custom blocks if you build it, probably only core blocks. That can be previewed what's the default style of the blocks. So it's important to style them through the Theme.json also and preview in this style book to see if it will work well, because all blocks that are available in the inserter, I believe it has to be styled and work correctly. You can't just leave some core blocks that are unused, unstyled, and then because the users, when they see it in the editor, they would try to use it. So everything should work. That's what I believe. So if you're not using or you don't plan to use some of the blocks, they can be deregistered or something like that. So they're not available in the inserter, and the user can't just use it. And then, because it feels like it was broken if it's not styled. So that's why it's important to style it correctly. And the Theme.json documentation is really good, and I encourage you to take a look at it. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you. Okay. Yeah?
Thank you. Oh.
So do we have time?
This is for you.
Thank you.
So we have a time for a little Q&A. So raise your hand if you have a question, and the guys with a gray t-shirt will give you a mic. If you can stop in the middle. Okay.
I want to ask you a question. I'm not sure if you already covered that point. Maybe it's just a different... I'm now trying to move from a known full site editor theme to a fully full site editor theme. And the problem is that I'm not a developer, and I'm using my old theme, Bloxy, used to have some product review. It has this custom post type. And I'm not really sure how to move all the current post with this custom post type to the new block theme, having a more standard, more consistent approach. So thank you if you are able to help me with that.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you're trying to build a template for a post type, right? The new template in this full site editing.
So I'm just trying to have to find a way to have this custom post types, this post with this custom post types, to port and have as similar as possible to now that we are in the full site editor.
Wow, I think it's a very custom use case. So I would take a look at the template editor. So to see the template for the single post type, this would be the first place that I would look like, because you would have to see how the current post type is built. Is it built with the in a classic way, right, in a PHP file, or is it already built with the site editor, and then you just need to edit the site, the blocks, or you just have to create the new template in from blocks. But there's not too much context from what you are saying, so it's very difficult for me to tell you what to do actually. Yeah, so sorry.
We have, I think, one here before that.
Is it working? Yeah.
We have
Okay.
one here,
Ah,
just
okay.
a moment. Okay.
So this is not really a question. Maybe I have a comment regarding it. I had the same problems with you, like the things you said about like creating a template and having like a complex layout and want to like restrict the user to edit parts of it. And I found recently to use the template preview inside the editor for the user and force it when they open the editing the post type, so they can only edit the part inside the layout. And I recommend to others to look at it because it's this more immersive feeling.
Oh, is it in core or is it?
Yeah, it's in core.
Oh, I don't know.
So
Yeah.
in the sidebar,
Okay.
it's possible to preview the template, and then it's only editable inside, like the part that is post content, that everything is visible for the user around this. I guess it's a step to the site editor only.
Experience. Wow, thank you for it. I didn't know about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
I recommend to look at it.
Thanks.
Okay, other question? Here, okay.
I want to. Yeah. Hi, Magdalena.
Hi.
Thank you for your speech. Very interesting. I have a few questions, if I may. So, first one, is it possible to share the materials that you showed today about custom taxonomy implementation and the UI for custom taxonomy? I'm quite interested to see how it's implemented in code.
Yeah, okay, you can, if you can write to me, for example, on LinkedIn, yeah, I can share with you.
Cool. Second thing, you mentioned that creating custom patterns or like working with patterns, it's basically a database thing.
Yes.
But I actually have been working with patterns recently, and for instance, in 2024, I've seen that you basically can build them in PHP, so they are not saved in the database.
Yes, but they are not synchronized.
Yeah.
You can, yes, and then you insert them, and they would insert the predefined blocks. But this is it, they're not synchronized then. So, but if you want to keep them synchronized between many instances, then they are saved to the database. Because they're like a post type, then the content of the post type is loaded.
All right. The next one is, sorry. You mentioned the style book, which is awesome thing. I think it came in 6.5. Yeah. Do you know the way to first to see it on the front end? For instance, if I have a designer who built everything for me, like designed everything, and I built, and I have the style books that I would like to share with designer to check if I have all pixel perfect everything. Yeah. Do you know if it's possible to see it on front end? And is it possible to edit the style book to add some more things?
You can edit the styles from within the site editor, from styles editor. And then, for example, export it to the file if you want. But to the front end, I think you would have to build like some style book like this one on the front end. I don't know about it. Yeah, with all the blocks, because I haven't heard about this, that there would be the feature built in core that you can actually preview on the front end. But actually, that's the point of having it styled on the back end so that it's matching perfectly well the front end, so that you wouldn't need to have the separate view, you know, so that's the whole point of it.
Yeah, but the beauty of it is that it's one place where you can see fonts and colors and everything in one place. So and it's built automatically, so you don't have to like create a page and do all that. So that was I was interested. The last question, I promise. There are sometimes we build like custom patterns, for instance, and when you register a custom block or extend the core block, for instance, there is a hook to add CSS file to it.
Yes.
And the beauty of it is that, first of all, the CSS file is used only when you use this block.
Yes, that's true.
And secondly, it's automatically using these CSS styles inside in the backend. Is there the same thing for patterns?
I I don't know, but I don't think so because patterns are built with blocks. So the CSS from individual blocks that create the pattern, they are loaded. And you don't, well, you shouldn't need to have separate CSS for the pattern.
If you have the case where you have a custom pattern, for instance, with some specific block variation, only for this pattern in some block.
I don't know because I haven't checked it, but I think it's worth taking a look at because I think the pattern is actually like WP block. So it might be the case that it loads it also conditionally, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked it, so I would have to take a look at into it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Perfect.
Hi, thanks for the speech. It was very clear. I'm actually coming from like the bricks builder, and I was trying to check out the Gutenberg, and there is any like breakpoints or like for the responsive part, because I did not see anything about that. I was wondering, like, is the only thing stopping me from moving to the
yeah, no, there is no breakpoints, and I don't think there are plans to add them. Because the idea of the team developing Gutenberg is that you shouldn't have to set the different styles for different devices. It should be fluid. So, for example, you can set some fluid values on, for example, the fonts, so that it scales when this viewport of the screen would get smaller than the font, for example, or the paddings, the margins, they would scale proportionally. So that's the idea. I know it's not ideal because it works really well for fonts, for paddings, but sometimes for columns, for example, you want to have a control when, for example, the columns, collapse from 2 columns to 1 column, and there is no control for that. So the only thing to do is, if you can code for and extend the editor, you can add your own controls through the block filters, and then add some more control over the breakpoints. But at the moment in core, there is no breakpoint thing. So yeah, it's still not there.
Right,
and probably will never be. There will be some other solution, but not like the classic breakpoints.
Okay, so let's say I need to change the order on the mobile version. I need to use custom code to do that,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
At the moment, yes.
Thank you.
But I think the team, I saw some discussions on GitHub that they already thinking about it, because some use cases, such as this one, like changing the order of columns, this is quite necessary. So probably there will be some solution for it, but I don't know exactly how it's going to be solved.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? We're good? Okay, let's give a big round of applause for Magdalena.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, we are moving. Congratulations. So, we're moving on a 15-minute break to grab a coffee or go to the next track. There is always a golf cart next to the track that you can go to the next track. Thank you. Welcome back to the last session for the morning. So before we start to our next speech, I have two important announcements to make. The first one is that we're about to have the lunch at 1 p.m. So make sure to have the food either on the hall 1 or right here. And the next important announcement is that right after this talk, we have the group photo on hall 1, so don't miss that. Okay, so for our next talk, we have an ethical hacker with WordPress expertise. So let's give a big round of applause for Matt Heltz.
Thank you. Yeah?
Yeah, I forgot the favor, actually.
Oh, you forgot the favor.
So if you have laptop, get it out because you are going to need it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm Matt. I hack WordPress. I hack everything that I basically come across. Why do I do that? To make the web more secure. I work at a company called Bugcrowd. We do crowdsourced cybersecurity, which is basically bug bounty programs, pen tests. But personally, I am a big fan of WordPress. I've worked with WordPress for years, and I started with the security team, and I started to just hack along, find vulnerabilities in themes, plugins, and basically everything that is out there on websites. So before we start this talk, I have a few things. What not to expect during this talk. Since this is going to be a live hack, this is nothing recorded. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong, honestly. So Thomas Edison, heavily paraphrased, said, success is 10% inspiration and 90% preparation. Yeah, kind of. So this is not going to be that. This is not going to be, we have a German word for chalk and talk, Frontalunterricht. I'm not going to be a teacher. I'm not going to tell you basically, hey, this is done like this, this, and that. But what we are going to do is basically, we are going to hack a WordPress website altogether. So if you want to follow along, you don't need any special tools. You need a browser and you need a terminal. Doesn't matter which operating system. You can get out your laptop and you can follow along. Perfect. So this is a 20/80 chance this goes sideways. So either you laugh or you learn, hopefully both. So this is the agenda that I have. Intro and what to expect. We already done that, so woo, cool. So why to hack yourself? Why would somebody go in and try to hack a WordPress website or even your own WordPress website? I will explain several reasons why that is important for you, your business, and maybe your customers if you're an agency. And then, after all, we're going to get to hack some stuff together. And maybe if there's time, there's going to be an FAQ, maybe, and if I feel up to it. So why hack yourself? First of all, of course, to get more secure. What does that even mean? So there's a little story time. Show of hands, who here has ever locked themselves out of their front door? Yeah, that's more like it, okay. So I, of course, did that at one time. That's obviously a picture of me and not AI generated. That was live. So here's the thing, what I did back then. I was locked out, didn't have money for a person to call to open the door. So I figured out, okay, if I can jimmy myself or jam something in between the lock state of the door and basically get it to hang upon its hinges and put it out, I might be able to get in. And surprisingly enough, I did. Obviously, another picture from me walking through that door. And I was really, really happy about it because I'm back in. Yeah, cool. I can get back where all my stuff is. Wait a second. That was pretty easy. So if I can do that, everybody else can do that. So not a great idea. So I got a better door. And what's the key takeaway of this really boring story? So you only know what you know. You only can fix stuff basically from which you know it's vulnerable. This goes for doors, this goes for cars, this goes for clothes, and of course this goes for your website. Next, why you should hack yourself, to understand your website better. You need to ask yourself a couple of things. First of all, what is the main goal of your website? So Is it selling products? Is it only publishing information like a blog? Are you collecting for a cause? Or whatever you do with your WordPress website, ask yourself, what is the main cause? You might already know that. But if you go back to your roots and say, okay, this is actually what I want to accomplish with this website, whatever that is. Next, what you want to do is basically ask yourself, how can people accomplish this on your website? So usually, let's take the example of a shop. People can go in and purchase products in your WooCommerce shop, click on Add to Cart, go to the cart, go to the checkout, go through the whole process, and pay for it. Great, that's the normal way to do it. And how would you not want people to do that? For example, if a person would be able to add stuff to their cart and generate coupon codes to basically pay nothing for it, or go in and basically change the amount of the overall payment to $0 and then check out, you will get nothing. They will get the products. Of course, you will have other checks in place. However, there's a technical issue there. So basically, this is a little bit of think like, how is it possible, or how it would be possible to circumvent what you're trying to accomplish. Next, you need to ask, what is the security mechanism that's preventing a malicious actor from doing that? Basically, getting a $0 amount. What is the security mechanism? Is it built in a WooCommerce, for example, that you have, okay, it's not possible to change the amount. This is generated by the backend. And is that working? So here's the most important question. Now try to circumvent that yourselves. So go in and really try to, hey, can I change this on the browser console to $0? Can I somehow add unlimited coupon codes that you found on a weird website somewhere and get to $0? Try it out, and if you can, great. Now you know what you know from step one. Now you can fix it. If you can't, even better. And do that for every aspect of your website, or have a professional do that, because many don't want to, or maybe they can do after this talk. So the key takeaway is think like a hacker, which is, funny enough, the main topic of this talk. So thinking like a hacker basically doesn't mean that you need to be very sufficient, technically sufficient, but very knowledgeable or very curious about things. That's the only thing, being curious and trying to do stuff with your website that is normally not supposed to do. Next step, why you should hack your own website, to streamline development. So here's a question for you. What is the purpose of brakes on a car? Who here thinks that the purpose of brakes on a car, this is not a trick question, is to slow or to bring a car to a halt, to slow everything down? Show of hands, who thinks that is the main purpose of a car, or brakes of a car? Okay, actually it was a trick question. So the thing is, it's not about making the car go slower. It's exactly the opposite. It's allowing you to go much faster. Let me explain by a short video here. If you just have a straight line, right? If everything works smoothly in your process, a car with brakes would be as fast as a car without brakes, right? Because this is really not a trick question. As you can see, it's basically just the same thing. They reach their goal at the same time. However, okay, cool. I just got denied. Cool. That's the fun things about doing stuff live. So, but what if something happens? So if not everything goes a straight line or is pretty smoothly. So let me show you something. These are the latest data breaches that have happened yesterday and today. And as you can see, June 14th, we had just something come in, and we had just something else come in, insurance provider, Keytronic, a bank. These are real-life data breaches, just happened the last 24 hours. So, of course, not always everything runs smoothly, right? So, that is when this curved line comes in, or this curved street. You have children playing, you might have a brick wall, you have trees. So, why is the following happening with no breaks, and why is it happening on the right side with breaks? The thing is, if you don't have breaks, you need to go very slow to not hit a brick wall, to not hit children, to basically not kill somebody, right? Which is great. With breaks, you have the ability to stop if something happens. So you can go much faster to the point where you need to brake and then go around. That is the same with security in web development. Okay. So the key takeaway here, basically, sorry, the screen here is flickering a lot, so I can't really read. So the comparison to brakes in a car and security in development is basically this. It helps prevent accidents. Of course, it's set for both. Both prevent accidents. So provide safety for everyone involved, including the passengers, including the people that are on the street, for example, your customers. Horrible things can happen if it fails. Yes, I would say so. Hitting a brick wall or hitting playing children is pretty bad, but also getting ransomware, getting a cyber attack, losing tons of customer data is also pretty bad. So, can be operated with your feet. Obviously, that is true for most cars, but not for security and software development. And it comes with a factory default, which is true for brakes on a car, but not in software development. It, of course, comes with framework, with WordPress. We have a great framework. We have great plugins. We have great themes that take things seriously, and WordPress has amazing features to basically give you security when you need it. But, of course, since we are such a large ecosystem, sometimes developers are not implementing these features, or they can be circumvented. So that is the real reason to basically check everything. So speed up your business by not slowing down your overall process. So remember the key takeaways. You only know what you know, and only known problems can be fixed. Think like a hacker, and be one step ahead of them, and speed up your business by not slowing down your overall process. Okay, I see some laptops out, so let's get down to business, and that's why we're all here hacking live WordPress website. Nobody's here to see me talk and see some funny slides. So please go to the following website, vulnwp.com, just within a browser. And remember to think like a hacker. So I'm going to switch right here into my virtual hacking machine. It's just a Kali Linux. This is the site that you should all be seeing. We have, my setup is as follows. We have here a private browser tab where I'm not logged in. And for, basically demonstration purposes, I'm also logged in on a non-private tab. So the first thing that we want to do is reconnaissance. Reconnaissance basically means let's see what we can find on this website, which actually help us maybe try to hack it. So there are a couple of things I like to do first. WordPress has a great REST API, and they have great endpoints as well. But for some endpoints, they're not really necessarily needed for everything that normal users would do. So for example, what we got is the media endpoint, right? So this is vulnwp.com. Let me bring up the address here one more time for you. So this is it. Is it readable? Perfect. Okay. So, and if we go ahead and check the media endpoint right here, or not. Am I still blocked on something? Let's check that. Cool. No, I just entered the wrong endpoint. Like I said, this is live. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong, of course. In the meantime, while this loads, I'm going to explain something about this media endpoint. Maybe the site is just overloaded from all of you checking it. I did not get a great. Okay, cool. I'm going to have a talk with my host. Does anyone know a great host here? Okay, we finally got it here. So this is the media endpoint, like I said several times while everything was loading. So the media endpoint basically just displays all the media that you have uploaded onto your website via the WordPress media file uploader, which usually is nothing. Usually. However, people also use it as a kind of Dropbox thing. So we got something nuts and fruits. Obviously, this is a squirrel website, so this is probably nothing. So let's scroll down a little bit. Oh, we got something here for your eyes only. That sounds promising. So let's just go in and check out what this is. But we want the full resolution, of course. Yeah, I'm just going to get another host right after this, I guess. So everybody who's following along, stop. In the meantime, while this site loads, I'm just going to scroll down a little bit more. Oh, it looks like this person, this website owner, has uploaded an ID card as well. And while we're at it, let's scroll down a little bit more. We got here block header, that looks totally fine. Squirrel mascot, that also looks fine. So I think we're good here. However, it seems like we still have some things to load. So the problem here is that if you use your WordPress website as the WordPress website as is intended, it's totally fine. But if you start uploading files and, wow, this is slow, and stuff that's not supposed to be there, for example, your ID card because you need to go on a holiday trip, this is exposed, this is public for the internet. And a couple of years ago, there was a huge problem with a pharmacy who enabled people during COVID times to upload their receipts and their doctor's notes to their website to get their medication delivered. Of course, this resulted in a lot of people having their personal identification information public available on the internet, like this drunk fellow right over here, for your eyes only, or they uploaded their ID cards. Right? So this is something that this endpoint is not made for. This endpoint is made for only public stuff. So always try to check what you're uploading, because hackers and everything that is kind of malicious can grab the PII data and basically have a lot of fun with that. So that was this endpoint. We also have another endpoint which is kind of tricky. So the thing is, this endpoint, from many security experts, they say it's not really a problem, because what is displayed here are the admin users with the, for example, admin's log, right? So this is the username to log in. Personally, I think it is problematic. And here's the reason why. You will never need this endpoint in a real environment. And if I, as a hacker, can get 50% of your login credentials, which is the username in this case, I can then start brute forcing the passwords. For example, from data breaches, we just seen. There are a lot of data breaches out there. Only 3 happened today, or were disclosed today. So I personally think this endpoint should not be public. What can we do about it? So when you're a WordPress website owner, you can restrict the WordPress API from the public. There are a lot of functions you can put in your functions PHP. There are a lot of tools and also a lot of security plugins and themes which restrict these endpoints to the public. Everything inside WordPress in the back end, which also uses these endpoints, will still work. But on the public side, if you're not authorized as an admin on the site, these won't work anymore. So this is something I always like to do first when I do my reconnaissance on the website. The next thing that I really like to do is to see what is actually on the website itself. So obviously, it is a squirrel website with a lot of nice people in here, and it loads pretty fast this time. So let's see what's in the news as well. So we got some blog posts. you can now upload images. Oh, upload, I love uploading images. How do I do that? Of course, just by a file upload. So why is that problematic, you would think? Because an image basically doesn't do anything. Well, normally JPEGs, PNGs, WebP, they don't. However, we have this great file format called SVG. And SVG is probably the greatest thing ever to happen to a hacker, because you can input JavaScript in that. For people who didn't know, executing JavaScript on a non-controlled server by yourself is just plain beautiful. So what I have here, and I can show you that for a second, I have created some cross-site scripting attacks within for WordPress specifically. And for those who are following along or want to follow along later, just a side note, all of these I have open sourced. You can get the link by contacting me, whatever. You can just Google it. So this is nothing that I keep to myself. And we will try, and I will try to show you what happens if I upload basically a cross-site scripting file or an SVG that I control. So basically, here's just JavaScript, which brings up an alert on the site, which says, hi, I'm Matt. Cool. So we've uploaded that, and we get an uploaded image URL. So here's the thing. If you would be the website owner of vulnwp.com, and I will contact you saying, hey, great Skrill website, what is that weird image over there? Is that an image of yourself? You would think, okay, that this link is probably fine to click, because everybody basically says, stop clicking on stuff. Also, there are stickers. You can get free stickers after this. Stop clicking on stuff is one great rule. And everybody tells you, hey, please check that the link that you're accessing is probably safe. Most people would think, okay, this is my own website. This is safe to click. So it is actually not. The alert happens. So if I would be to input then a whole JavaScript website, which would clone your website, redirect yourself to my shop, to my Skrill shop, and I will get all the profits, which will completely be possible and has happened a lot of times, this will be pretty bad, right? But also, the avid reader and the person, the folks just, looking very closely, seeing that I also have more stuff we can look at. So I have uploaded a cross-site scripting SVG here, when which is called cross-site scripting WP posts SVG. Nothing happens over here. Why does nothing happen? Basically, this is the JavaScript that's being sent, and I'm creating a post because I'm not logged in. As a not logged in user, I can't do anything with this one. However, I can send it to you as I am here the logged in user. Nothing happens as well. But wait, if I go back in and reload the blog, this is the wrong one. Here, there we go. No, of course not. Bear with me. I'm old and slow. We have suddenly a new post without doing anything. The problem here right now is saying nothing. Sorry about that. Click here. I can insert more. I can put anything on the site as well. For your users who regularly show up on your blog and maybe have even an RSS feed or anything new that happens will automatically be pushed to them. They will visit the site and get malware. And this is happened very frequently. So it's very, very important to check the file types that you allow to be uploaded. So there is, of course, one last thing left, and this is how to add a new admin user. This is a fun one. Let me just go into the code real quick, because we will need it on later. So basically, I'm just crawling an endpoint saying user new, and giving that person basically admin rights with stuff I control. It's a user login with the password that I have here, and I also control this email address. So when I go in and then upload this file, send it to the owner of this precious squirrel website, saying, hey, great website, this is a weird image, please have a look, or where do you get the image, whatever my context is. And they open this up, cool, it's just an image. However, if I now go to the users panel, we have a new admin user right here. Pretty easy, pretty disturbing, and pretty easy, like I said, pretty easy to do. I'm just going to delete that one because you all saw the password. So. Okay, so key takeaway here is basically limiting the stuff that users can interact with the website. I mean, it's not often that you see a website where it just basically says, hey, come on, upload whatever. Okay, it's just image files, but also you can upload SVGs. Not that great, but it has happened, and certain plugins or certain themes allow for people to upload profile images and avatars because they don't want to use Gravatar or something else. And suddenly, a lot of hackers got in and just injected malware and created admin users and such. So it's pretty important to, if there's any user interaction, to limit what that they could do. Also, you can disallow SVG image upload because you usually don't use it while you're not creating the site. Cool. So that's out of the way. So this is all stuff which is pretty common. Let me show you something which is not commonly known. I mean, we all know of, hey, keep your WordPress updated, keep your plugins updated, keep your themes updated, install a security plugin. But there are a couple of things that are often overlooked. If you don't have a great host, obviously I don't have one because it's slow, but even if you have a host that doesn't really care about what you're hosting on there and leaves all the configurations to yourself, there might be a few problems. Who here knows what a suffix file with a dot, for example, .html, will do if basically opened by a browser in a normal use case? Not that many. Okay, let me explain to you. A web server will usually, when properly configured, will not display that because that is a hidden file in the Linux subsystem if you run a Linux web servers. However, if you don't configure itself properly and you have a Linux system, you usually have a bash history in there. And I've come across this multiple times when I'm doing pen tests for WordPress website, that this is not properly escaped. This is still visible from the web server end, and you can actually see what has been done here. So let's take a closer look if there's anything that we as a hacker can actually use. So, okay, we see it's using Lightspeed, wanna bet. They added the WP config, they restarted the Lightspeed server, they did some commands, nothing interesting. But wait, what is this? Seems like they did a database backup and they did a complete WordPress backup in the WordPress root, which funny enough we are in, and let's see if this still exists. Okay. I cannot. I'm sorry. Is it too small? Oh yeah, it's really not that great. Let me just try to figure something out. Nope. Sadly, this is an online virtual machine. I can't zoom in here. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so basically what it says is that somebody created a backup over here, a backup zip file or a compressed file, and it looks like they never deleted it. So let's see if we can open that file, if it's still possible to open that file. It loads, which is a good sign, and it is. Okay, so let's just download this one and see, oh yeah, downloading stuff, gonna be fun. Oh, 40 seconds, that is actually pretty quick. So it is obviously the server which I'm on. So right now it looks like we have a complete full site backup that we can just download because somebody did not delete it. And we know that because the bash history was visible. So let's just see what happens if it's downloaded in full. And this is actually more common than you would think. If you have a good managed WordPress hoster, this is not happening usually. But if you host it yourself on a Linux server, or you have a sysadmin who just doesn't care, this happens pretty frequently. Yeah, absolutely. So you just go into the on the website itself, right, and write .bash history and append it basically on the URL. So it's just .bash_history. The bash history is everything that a sysadmin or a person has done on the server in a certain amount of time frame. So let's see what we have in the file itself, which I was sure I had opened. There we go. And we have the full WordPress website, including the WP config in here. So that would be all that we need as an attacker if we open it to get access to the WordPress database. We have the auth key, we have the salts. Of course, this is not a real file for demo reasons, but this has happened a lot. So it's pretty important to check if your web server is configured properly. So this might be an error on the sysadmin side, but let me, and again, show of hands. Sorry I'm letting you do all the gymnastics today, but let me ask you, who here has ever had to make a backup of their WP config file because they're editing something in that? Show of hands. Perfect. Who here used an online tutorial on how to properly do that? Okay, cool. So here's the thing. I've seen a lot of online tutorials telling you to just append something on the copy of your file. So you take your WP config, make a copy, and call it _backup, for example. Great idea, because just with prefixes on a suffix side, the PHP file is no longer a PHP file. It is now just a regular text file. And I've actually written some code for that, which is called the WP config finder. It's also free and open source, and you can have it. And what this basically does, it does nothing else than request a lot of URLs which are commonly known as endings from tutorials. For example, backup, I don't know if you can read that, BU, stuff like that. It does nothing else, right? So it's pretty easy to get that. So I just have to check how I written that. I think it's URL and then HTTPS and without the N. So what this will do, perfect. It will check all these URLs with those endings on the WP config file and see if we find something. It does that in parallel, and it's usually pretty fast, but not with this server. While this is doing that, a small anecdote as well. So this has not only happened, what I've seen on the WP config file, but also on a lot of other sensitive files as well. Because you can have backups from backup plugins as well, which are usually just named after a weird string, so they can't be found. However, people are lazy and just don't want to remember it and just call it backup.zip. I usually check for that as well, because just like with the bash history, we can find these things just like that as well. So it's pretty important to get a sense of not only credential hygiene, but also data and file hygiene, right? Perfect. So while this loads, it's a WP config finder. Yeah. At the end of my slides, you will see a link, and I can, you can get them, these tools all from there. Cool. So just checking my time. Okay, cool. We have a little bit left. So there's one thing I want to show you one last thing that I would really like to do is actually go into the source code and actually see what is happening here and what is under the hood of WordPress. And one thing that I can see what we already saw on the bash history is that that it's using Lightspeed as a plugin. And yes, this is gonna be about keeping your plugins up to date. However, I want to show you what happens if you don't do it, or really show you from a hacker's perspective. So if we just go in and Google Lightspeed vulnerability, we can go into the WP scan, which is a great tool where you can see, okay, this is a great vulnerability. And we just saw that there was Lightspeed in version 5.6. So we have Lightspeed in version, everything under 5.7.1, 0.1, is vulnerable to this endpoint. So this is great. Remember when we created an admin with a cross-site scripting upload. So it looks like we can use that endpoint and showing, oh, there's an actually, very nice, there's actually a complete proof of concept here. We can use that tool and that endpoint to basically trigger a cross-site scripting attack without having to upload something. So let's see if that works first. vulnwp.com, CDN status. So basically it says right here on alert, so we'll get another cool text box when an admin accesses that. I'm just using a call command right here, so it's nothing too fancy, but everything is running really slow today. I'm sorry about that, but like I said, life is life. Yeah, okay. While these things are running, let's take the Q&A session right now, because I've talked a lot of things. I said this is not going to be chalk and talk, and I'm sorry, this is chalk and talk right now. But are there any very pressing questions right now that you want to have answered as we have our last 10 minutes? Okay. Marcel? Yeah, just pick a person. Okay, we have one in front here. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rafi from PatchStack.
Hi.
I want to ask, so in WordPress, if there is like one case of XSS, anybody can compromise full site, full website or server. Is there any way that can be implemented in WordPress core to like prevent these cases from happening?
Yeah. Personally, I think there is a way. So there are multiple ways. So we've seen in the last year, what I've personally seen, and you guys at PatchStack would have seen that as well, that a lot of stuff is coming right in with session stealing. That is the most thing that I've seen how WordPress websites get compromised by script kiddies, right? So, and session stealing usually happens via the cross-site scripting attacks or because people's devices get breached. And there is a pretty simple way to do that in WordPress core, in my opinion, and that is validation of session and validation of input strings. So I know it's not an easy task, but there are multiple open source tools which WordPress core could implement that just checks if the authorized request that is coming in contains malicious stuff. There are also great tools out there, security tools like firewalls, web application firewalls that already do that. But we could implement that in core, and I think it is our duty to start doing that. So yes, so basically validation and implementation and session checking would be possible, and I think would be a great benefit. Thank you for that question. Okay, we are seeing that my tool right here checks for the WP config backups, and also while we're doing multiple things at a time, it seems like that our cross-site scripting attack on the Lightspeed endpoint has worked. So let's go back to our logged in page and see. Perfect. It looks like we've got a cross-site scripting here. So it's not just an alert, so there's nothing great about it. However, You've all, of course, remember the cross-site scripting I showed you with the ability to add an admin. So what I've done here is basically took that payload from the cross-site scripting, URL encoded it, because otherwise the string would be very, very hard to sanitize, and put this in just a curl request like the one we've just seen right there. So if I would go in and basically run this one on the OneWP website, we get an OK back. And as we can see right here, we don't have another user yet. And now we have a new administrator just by utilizing that endpoint. That is the problem with cross-site scripting attack. And that was a great question because I personally think that WordPress can prevent that within core. In the meantime, we have found something. We have found a WP config file, or my tool has found it because I'm lazy, like any developer should be. So let's see. And of course, because somebody read an article saying just append the backup file, we now have full access of that. OK, we are perfectly on time for the latest FAQ section. So let me just bring this right up here. Thank you for listening thus far. Please ask ahead questions. If we don't have time for all of them, I will be chilling out on the bean sacks over there, so you can just come and talk to me. I'm happy to answer every question. So let's open up to the FAQ round. Thank you very much. Yeah. Also, I have free stickers. Thank you.
For you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Not? Perfect. Now you can hear me, okay? I think we don't have time for extra questions now, but we have the family group photo on hall 2 is between hall 1 and hall 3. So we go there and then we can go for lunch. Thank you for your time today and have a good rest of the day.
Welcome to you. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Sassa, 1, 2, 3 prova, 1, 2, 3 prova, 1, 2, 3 prova, caption, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't know. Ah, it works. So the question was, is it working? Yes, it is. Okay, fantastic. Okay, now the format of the following talks, 3 talks. They are 15 minutes long. There's no question answers, but you can probably meet the people, the speakers later then and ask you questions if you have any. And let's start. So we have David here, and he will talk about WordPress meetups. WordPress meetups are a very important part of the community. We are starting from there and then coming to local WordCamps and to WordCamp Europe and stuff like that, but it starts always with a meetup. So that's interesting. And let's hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Ciao. Ciao, buonasera. How are you? Hello, everybody. Look, before or just when COVID came in my city, we had one meetup, WordPress meetup group that totally disappeared with the COVID. When the pandemic was end, nobody of that group was again restarting, doing again the groups. So I wanted to start a group, and I find the problem. I find that nobody else I know from my city that wants to do this. We don't have speakers, we don't have anything, so how can we start? At the end, we managed to start, and that's what I'm going to tell you. I hope that can help to any of you that don't have a group in your city to start it. How to start a WordPress meetup group focusing in networking? How can I pass the... Aha. Working? Yeah. WordPress community is awesome. You just need to look around. This is WordPress community, no? And it's huge also. We are in 108 countries. We are 757 groups around the world, and more than 500,000 members in the meetup groups. But can be greater. Many cities doesn't have a meetup group, and it's funny, it's good, and can manage to create all of this. My name is David Cuesta. I'm working in an agency, a marketing agency. I'm also administrate one community of webmasters. And I try to share my learnings in YouTube. You can follow me there if you want. Well, meetups can be complicated. This is what I was talking before, no? When you go to the web page, the official page for this is the type of meetups you can do, or they can tell you to do. Presentation lecture series, hackathons, social gatherings, workshops, co-working, running a WordPress help desk, which I don't know still what is it, contributor sprints drives, and others. What I'm going to, or what we did, I'm going to tell you today is between presentations, social gatherings, and others. So something in the middle. But, well, what is the idea? I don't know if you see, for sure you saw in some film or whatever, this psychology help group, no, making a circle and telling, yes, me too. Okay, that is the idea, no? We will make a circle and everybody will talk. We will make networking. We will talk about a topic. Each one will talk. Simple idea. No need speakers. The topic can be changing, and if there are more than 2 persons, can be fine. First, let's remind the rules of the meetups of WordPress. Of course, WordPress meetups is for the benefit of the whole community. It's not for the benefit of a company or whatever. The membership is open to everybody that wants to join. That will not be a problem. The problem is nobody wants to join at the beginning. It's the opposite. Always is volunteer room and volunteer speakers. And the third point is important because meetup groups can be organized by anyone that is already involved a little with the community. So if you want to start the group, the first thing to do is to attend this type of WordCamps and approach the team, the WordPress community team during the contributor day. They will help you to start. It's a little first step. And 5, of course, everybody know that meetups are not jar-like behavior places, but easy to manage, no? Well, how we will do in 5 easy steps. 1, topic proposal. We will propose the topic when we schedule the meetup for the next month or 2 months forward. We will talk about this topic, so the people is starting to know what to talk about it. Second, meetup introduction. When you start the meetup, somebody that is organizing the meetup will introduce the topic, introduce WordPress, introduce the rules, and for starting the meeting. Then the third step is already the people can start to talk. It's 30 seconds, more or less, can be 20, can be 40, for each one to introduce themselves. Hi, my name is David, and I'm doing this, that with WordPress since this year. And then once the circle is finished, we will start talking about the topic. But what we will do is, if we already spent 20 minutes and we have 1 hour and a half, we divide the time, and between the attendees, and each one will talk 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 4 minutes, whatever is that division. At the end, we make a farewell. Remember, we will see next meetup, whatever, and that's all. This is an example. This is the meetup we had in January. It's our 3rd meetup. And the topic was web pages made in WordPress with networking. So very open to people because we needed people to start coming. And this was the circle. we were talking about, everybody was introducing themselves. We managed to have a good meetings, but also we learned some different things that I hope they help you more to start even better than us. That is these recommendations. First, show the time in a phone. You just put a chrono and show the time that is going down, like I can see now here the time for this presentation, and with alarm. When the time is over, the phone is doing the beep beep, and everybody will know that I need to stop talking. No interruptions allowed. Okay, interrupt is okay, but 1 word, 2 words, not like I take the word and now I'm telling my problem. No, you can cut what somebody is telling for adding something, 1 word, 2 words, not because this is very common. Like somebody wants to participate and at the end is taking all the time that has the first person. Third, propose questions and ideas before. This during the presentation or during the schedule. You propose some ideas, some topics, because many people is not knowing what to talk about, what to tell, but when you propose different questions, you propose different ideas about the topic, it's very easy to, yes, I will ask this, or I will participate doing this. Invite to continue talking after the meetup. You can go to have a snack in a bar or whatever. So the people that is matching is very interesting what this person is doing. Just you get with the face, and later you can continue talking. And before finishing, ask for new interesting topics, because maybe you are thinking in your head that talking about this will be incredible, but nobody wants to talk about that. So let's ask the first attendees what they want to talk about in the next. And that's all. Thank you very much. I think I was too fast.
It works again. Okay. So that's a present for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk. And yeah, I believe everybody should talk more about meetups. We forgot.
I hope this can help you to start your group. Really, if you don't have a group in your city, think about it. Just go to a WordCamp, contributor day, ask, they will help you. And if you don't know that, who will talk, who will participate, this you can start alone. Maybe at the beginning you are 3 persons, but you can start alone.
Or with a friend, or...
Is continue.
Yeah, just continue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Een applaus. So, the next person, that's scary here. Irene Strickers. She's a long runner, I learned, doing a sprint today. And I believe that's what's an interesting one. Decisions in not just in life, in decision software, we have to have data for having the right decision or for doing the right thing. So, and that's what Irene is talking about now. And yeah, let's have fun with that. An applause.
Thank you. So imagine you have an e-commerce website and are selling some products, and you have quite some visitors. But not all of them are buying something from you. You want to convince more people to buy, so what do? You could make some changes to your website and hope for the best. Maybe more people will start buying your products, right? Or you could find out where on your website people are leaving and make changes to those specific places to keep more people on board. And that's the approach that I'd like to talk to you about today. So you can view your website as a funnel. There are a lot of people at the top of the funnel. On your homepage, your category pages, your product pages. But the further you go down, and the closer you'll get to the actual purchase, the fewer people will be there. That means that throughout the funnel, people decide they don't want to buy from you. Maybe they think the product is just not for them, or it's too expensive. Or maybe they prefer another brand. And you won't be able to keep everyone in the funnel from the beginning to the end. But if you know where people are leaving, you know where you can make the changes to make the biggest impact. But how do you know where people are dropping out? This is where Google Analytics and other analytics tools are coming in. In this talk, I will show screenshots from Google Analytics 4, also known as GA4. But of course, there are many alternatives you can use to do the same thing. And in GA4, you can do a so-called funnel exploration. There you can define which steps you want to include in your funnels. So think about your website. Think about the pages you have on your website, the types of pages you have on your website, and about the order in which people navigate between them. So maybe you have an e-commerce website, like in the example I'll be using. But it's just as useful to create funnels if you are the product owner of the support section of a bigger website, or if you have a blog and want more people to subscribe to your newsletter. So to define the steps, you can click on the pencil. So back to the traditional e-commerce funnel. Let me explain how I would define that funnel in GA4. So first, I would define the home page by saying the page path is just a slash. And then I would group all category pages together. In this example, I say the page path of all those pages contain slash category slash. And I would group all product pages together. Then I would define the shopping cart, the 2 steps of the checkout, and the purchase event. And I would end up with something like this. But here are a lot of numbers, a lot of percentages, and some of them are repeated in different places. So I like to just take the numbers that I need, get a bit creative in Google Sheets, to end up with something like this. Because you can see really clearly how many people are in each of the steps of your funnel, and how many of them continue to the next step. And one of the things that stand out in this funnel is that only 24.5% of the people on the shopping cart continue to the checkout. And that's not very much. So where are those people leaving? And maybe more importantly, how can we keep them on board? This funnel is a real example of one of our clients. So we started to think about what we could do to the shopping cart to keep additional people on board. This was the current shopping cart. You can see the selected product at the top, some delivery information in blue in the middle, the total cost at the bottom, and on the right there is some customer service information. And based on research, we thought maybe people can use some extra reassurance about their upcoming purchase. Maybe you can tell them that they're making a great decision, that they have chosen the right buyer, the right seller, I mean, and that they're buying a great product. So then we introduced this element to the cart. Here we told people that they were buying for the lowest price possible, that their order would be delivered fast, and that many happy customers came before them. And then we did an experiment. For a few weeks, we ran an A/B test in which 50% of the people saw the original card and 50% of the people saw the card with the extra reassurance. What do you think happened? It was a winner indeed. We did not only look at the raw data, but also did some statistical analysis to make sure that we were dealing with an actual significant change. And it turned out that more people clicked through to the checkout if they saw the card with the extra reassuring information. And you might remember this number from before. Only 24.5% of the people continued to the checkout. When we implemented the change, it changed. We saw the effects in the funnel. It changed to 26.4%. And I hear you thinking, this is only a 2 percentage point change. But we did see more sales at the end of the funnel. And if you have a lot of visitors, this 2% can already make a big impact. For some of our customers, that would mean maybe €1 million of extra revenue in the next 6 months. But also if you have a smaller website, taking small changes like these can make a big impact over time, if you just keep improving and improving. So to conclude, use funnels to find out where you lose the biggest group of potential customers, and use experiments to validate that your RDs about how to improve them are actually working and valid. So if you want to start improving your own website, optimize them, make sure to keep the following things in mind. Start by making funnels and checking the click-through rate between the steps. Then find out where you lose the biggest group of potential customers. Take a critical look at those pages and come up with possible solutions for the problems your customers might run into. And then start experimenting with those improvements and implement the things that work well. And then check the funnels after implementation and keep repeating this process over and over again. And it's time now for some final tips and tricks. So to make sure you have the best information to start your optimizations from, and to have a solid base for your optimizations, make sure to keep the following things in mind. Make funnels starting from different points, because not everyone will enter your website through your homepage. We know, for example, that on many e-commerce websites, people enter through product pages or category pages. So make sure to map out funnels starting from there as well. And if there are different paths people can take to subscribe to your newsletter or to add something to their cart, make sure to map out all of those paths people can take. Also look at specific segments like device types, because sometimes you'll see different patterns. But don't use too many segments, because it's also very hard to maintain a website that has many segment-specific features. Thirdly, always use entire weeks of data to even out potential weekday or weekend effects. Because depending on the product you're selling, maybe people browse your website during weekdays, but do the actual purchase during the weekend when they have more time. And always use multiple weeks of data. You don't want to accidentally make decisions based on one very good or one very bad week. My name is Irene Strikkers. If you have any questions, you can find me in the hallway track, of course, or on Slack or on X. And I will also share my slides on X soon. Thank you.
Excellent. Very interesting. It was a present for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
An applause, please. Now it's your turn, Carola. A dear friend. She actually did a speech in Turin, WordCamp Turin, 8 years ago, something like that.
No, not a speech. I was an attendee.
Ah, you were an attendee, and the whole journey started there. It was like that, with interruption of COVID and stuff like that. But now you are here.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very proud and nervous to be here. Thank you.
That's quite a journey. So you talk about what you most like. Design.
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's start with that. Applause beforehand and.
Thank you, Dennis.
Have fun.
Hi, good evening, and thanks you all for being here. My name is Carola, and I come from a beautiful place that is Lake Garda, Verona. To tell you a little bit about me in a simple way, as you may know, I'm a graphic designer. I love brush lettering and crochet. I'm a very creative person, and I also love stand-up paddle. So this talk is for everyone who feels like a newbie and wants to know how to better design their site, or for professional who wants to adopt a different approach to their methodology of work. So first of all, bad news, page builders, or as I like to call them, user-friendly builders, are here to stay. You may know Elementor, Divi are the most common ones, and even more creative agencies are using them to build sites. They also serve as a starting point for non-professionals who want to build their own site without any code or design knowledge. So we can say they help non-professionals create a site. They can assist professionals who want to give their client freedoms to build some parts. And yes, in case you haven't noticed, Gutenberg is a page builder too. So at this point, some of you may ask, how can we apply design rules that were originally meant for print to something dynamic and scalable like a web page? So this is the problem we try to solve here today. Let's start with some facts. Studies show that people read only about 20% of the content on our websites, and it takes about 50 milliseconds to judge the page they're on. This means that even before reading a heading, graphic design and visual design affect the user on a subconscious level. So our goal is to make our website to be useful, but also visually appealing. Visual design matters. I want you for a moment to step back and try to think of this single concept. We are always watching one portion of site at a time, and that delimited portion of space is always a rectangle. Sometimes it's bigger and horizontally, sometimes it's smaller and vertical, but in the end, it's always like a window that we fill with our content, text, images, and so on. We feel like with the profundity, and like an infinite sheet that we scroll and scroll, but in the end, is always a window. So keep this in mind, and let's begin with our design. Firstly, a very important note, always start with your real content. Don't begin designing and fill the page with lorem ipsum text and placeholder images, because design should be like a dress that makes our information looks good. As we mentioned earlier, our users don't read, but they scan the page, searching for what they need. Another tip is always to start from a draft in a simple design software. It makes it easier to change color and move elements even before jumping into the builder. This helps us define style and not be overwhelmed and waste too much time with the infinite customization option that a builder can offer. We can now begin with our first rule, that is consistency. Start from your brand guideline and create a style tile. In case you don't have a brand guideline, it's a simple document that contains all your brand assets and informations, like logo variations, color palette, and so on. And we have to create a web version of it called a style tile, or for the more expert, a UI kit. It really helps create this even before opening the builder, because we need to clarify what style we want to implement first. So what's inside a style tile? All the version of your logo that you're planning to use in the site, such as an horizontal version, the main logo for the header, a different one if you plan to use in the footer, or a small icon for the favicon, color palette, all typography for headings and paragraphs, image, icons, and so on, and all the other elements like buttons, dividers. These are all the fundamental elements of our style, and to borrow a concept from a very famous book that I recommend reading, these are the atoms of our design. So here we have an example of a really simple style tile. Yes, it can be as simple as this one. So we can see that we have logo variations, color palette, headings, and in this case, icons and illustration styles, and buttons. Remember also that not all the assets in a brand guideline are always suitable for a style tile. One example is a color palette, so always try and ensure your content is okay for accessibility and readability with a tool like this one. Our second rule is emphasis. We need now to group our components into more structure, into more compact structure. There are elements. When we group these elements, we need to use emphasis rules. This rule answers the question, what I wanted to be seen first. So here I create a simple scheme that shows that everything needs to stay in an order of hierarchy. So you always have to decide what's the most important thing. This concept of elements also helps us design and think of the page as an organism that can be deconstructed and rearranged, making it adaptable to different devices and reusable for different content. So here we have some example of elements where we can see there is always a focal point, is the image or the heading. At the end comes the button or the small text. So I will be more interested in reading it if the image are telling me that this is the thing that I'm searching for. We can have tons of example of elements also in the WordPress repository that show always the same concept of hierarchy and emphasis. Let's now organize our content on a bigger level with the third rules of balance and repetitions. Remember our rectangles? We need to think of our website in terms of areas. In each area, I need to establish not only hierarchy, but also organize content with balance and repetition, and create patterns. Balance is about visually divide our page in half and calibrate the visual weight of every element. Before we asked what I wanted to be seen first. Now I have to ask me, what is the same importance? When something looks the same and it's repeated, it obviously has the same importance, but I can differentiate using icons, such as in a list of services or posts. These areas are what Gutenberg calls patterns. They can have different terminology in different builders, but in the end, the important thing is they can be saved and reused for different content and in different pages of the site. So here we have example of patterns. And we can have tons of examples of a pattern also in the WordPress themes repository or in every builder page looking for templates. And in the end, if I can really find a purpose for pre-made layouts, is to give us ideas and inspiration of all the possibilities we have to show and represent our information better. Last rule, we finally have to create our web page with the rules of movement and white space. Once we have all our parts or patterns, we can start unify them into a web page and then into the entire site structure. At this point, our mission is to create movement, stacking patterns to create and give our content a story. As you may know, people usually scan our page in a half pattern or in a Z pattern. So I need my areas changed to indicate that I'm covering different topics. But also remember that if everything is important, nothing is important. So create some space to focus attention on specific elements. Remember that also everything that creates movements thanks to the column in a desktop view has to be stacked in a one monolithic block of the smaller screen. I think mobile design maybe needs a separate talk of 5 hours, but to summarize, we can say that we need to hide or erase everything that's unnecessary for the mobile version. So here we have an example of a structure of a website with a repeated pattern. Another thing that can have that we can notice here is that we have to think three-dimensionally in terms of layers. For example, using different background will attract attention. So to summarize what we have seen, be consistent and create a style tile. Give emphasis at the single elements with hierarchy. Balance and repeat with patterns, and create movement and white space in a web page. And always remember to always organize information visually for scanning. In the end, if I can really give you a final note, I think it really doesn't matter the technology we use. We need to think of design as a system that can help our user with the same importance of content, code, or accessibility. All these areas need to work together to make our message arrive at the maximum number of people. Here I give you some books that really helps if you want to know more about web design. And I leave you my slide. Thank you.
Very good. Well designed. Thank you.
Thank you.
For you.
Bye.
And yeah, very instructional for me. So we were quite fast with our flash talks, so the name is applied. Later on, there will be a WordCamp Connect here. I believe we have half an hour or more, something like that. So grab a coffee, come back, discuss, and have fun. Thank you.